Let's go. Everybody, we're getting all set up right now. We're going to get Jordan here on Instagram. If you're on YouTube, you'll be able to see him right away. But once we get this thing connected, there he is. How are we doing today, Jordan?
I'm doing fantastic. I am ecstatic. The 49ers have the quarterback of the future. There's a lot of good players on the board today. I am thrilled to get after it and see who they end up taking at 43.
Absolutely. So we were talking about it a little earlier. It was super exciting. Super exciting that we got Trey Lance. But it is also very exciting with the 49ers picking at 43 with who's available. There are so many solid prospects available right now. We saw a bunch of guys slip out of the first round that we thought were going to go first round and going to be first-round locks. But they slipped. Any of those prospects that you got your eye on at 43 for the 49ers before we get this thing kicked off?
Man, there are a few. First of all, shout out to the Aziz Hive. Brad and I have been founding members of the Aziz Hive. I don't know what's going on with his medical stuff, but if there's enough of assurance that it's not going to be a huge deal with the knee issues, and I heard there's an ankle problem as well, I'm taking that risk. He is so good. He's got such natural bend. His hands, his cross chop, he is just such a dominant edge player. And even if there is concern with the wear and tear on the ankle or the knee, it puts you in a position where you only really have to use him on passing downs. I would take him at 43 and only use him in that D4, 9-tech, wide 9, pass rush, pure pass rushing role, and you're going to get tremendous value, and you're going to have an absolute stud opposite Bosa. Trayvon Marg should be gone by then. It's a travesty he wasn't taken in the first round, so I don't want to get too much into him because he just won't be there. Right. I will say this, Javonte Williams is another guy that I really like. Javonte Williams, a running back, which for me is way off brand. I don't like running backs early normally, but this dude is special. I've been very vocal that he's been my favorite back in the class from the beginning. I liked him more than Najee. I liked him more than Etienne. And I think if the 49ers have the chance to take him at 43, you do so knowing that Kyle is going to have a true stud, bell cow, 3-down guy that's just a little bit more dynamic than what I think they have now, and that's no disrespect to Mostert or Jeff Wilson. I just think Javonte is the complete package and does a lot of things that both of those guys do very well to complement one another. And then it ultimately gives you flexibility a year from now should Mostert and Wilson move on to a new team or not re-sign for whatever reason.
Yeah, Javonte Williams is a fun back to watch, and he is really a legitimate 3-down back. He is like, you look at him, you kind of see that kind of like Clyde Edwards-Helaire build, but I feel like he's a lot better than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I feel like he offers more in the pass game. I feel like he's a legitimate pass blocker. I feel like he's a true 3-down back. So if the 49ers decide to go that route, they very well could. He'd be right there at 43. And again, we know that the 49ers are going to want to run the football. They're going to want to run the football all the time, especially if Trey Lance comes out and starts early. They're going to want to protect him by being able to run the ball. So if that's the case, then that makes a lot of sense. But there's also some other good wide receivers available. Raheem Mostert popped into my live not too long ago. He's banging the table for Rondale Moore, your guy.
Purdue, baby, boiler up. Let's go, baby.
So the Purdue boys sticking together. Mostert wants Rondale, and that would be a fire pick as well because, you know, you say it a lot. He's like a mini Debo, right? He's like he's small. He's a small package, but he's still a dog. And he's got that fight in him, and he's going to come after you. He'll lower his shoulder into you. It doesn't matter if he's only 5'7". He'll lower his shoulder into you, and you'll probably still have a hard time tackling him. So Rondell's good. Elijah Moore's good, another guy that you like a lot. Terrace Marshall will be available. Diami Brown. There's a whole bunch of guys out there.
There are 11 picks, or I guess 12 if you include 33. Is that 11 or 12? I'm not even going to worry about math right now. There are more guys that would be a tremendous fit than there are picks left. So at 43, there's somebody is going to fall there that we should be very excited about. But again, don't be surprised knowing the 49ers if they take somebody that none of us see coming, that we didn't have. Like, I didn't have Joe Tryon mocked to them at all. I didn't think that he was even going to be anywhere near a first-round pick until very recently, and Tampa took him at 32. I have good information that the Niners were very in on him at 43. So that would have stunned me had I not gotten that information. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they go. And man, I'm still holding out hope for Quinn, dude. Like, there's a big part of me that's like, you know what? They're going to see what we see. They're going to see that just tough, tenacious football guy. And I'm thinking about a time where George Kittle and Quinn Meinerz are blocking for a read option for Trey Lance. And it gets me very excited thinking about that.
Absolutely. And there's even some other good offensive linemen available, like Landon Dickerson, Tevin Jenkins, both first-round talents in my opinion. Landon fell out likely due to injury. Tevin, I don't know, maybe the scouts aren't as high as him as others are. But there's also – so I would say if you had to whittle it down to positional value, what are the top 3 positions that you're looking at for round 2 at pick 43?
Corner would probably be the most important just because there's not much in the way of a succession plan should Verrett have a great season and ball out. If, Mosley might regress a little bit. I don't think he will. I'm just saying it's in the range of outcomes you have to consider. So I would pay attention to that. Wide receiver as well. It doesn't seem like a position of need really, but in terms of value, when you're getting Trey Lance, going through the tape, and I know Brad and I are going to do some breakdowns. I'm fortunate enough to have access to all the games he played in college, and I stayed up really late last night going back and watching some cut-ups I made a couple months ago, and the dude has an absolute hose. He's going to be able to throw the ball all over the field to all levels of the field, and while Debo and Ayuk are great, and I like Mohamed Sanu being that veteran presence, I would like to see them add another dynamic pass catcher so they can start running a little bit more 3 wide receiver sets, getting into more 11 personnel, getting into some more spread, shotgun looks, and just giving Kyle Shanahan the ultimate ability to get very creative with what he's doing. So De'Ami Brown's a guy I'm looking at. Either of the Moores, Elijah, Rondale, Terrace Marshall if he's there. I don't know how much teams are really putting value on some of these guys that could be going later, but like Tylan Wallace is a guy I really like. I don't know if I like him enough at 43. Darden in a little bit, but for now, those would be the guys that I would look at. And then third would be interior O-line, just because Brunskill's affordability runs out after the season. So ultimately, you're looking at 2 scenarios where, one, you feel his play wasn't adequate enough to re-sign him, or B, his production was so good that he's going to cost you a lot of money to bring him back. And either of those outcomes, it would be nice to have a cheap guy on a rookie deal. And that's, again, where I'm looking at Quinn Meinerz, because Quinn could play guard, he could play center, he would probably play swing tackle if you needed him to. I wouldn't doubt if you wanted him to play fullback, he could take some reps at QB if Lance is tired. That dude will do anything, and that's the kind of guy I want on my team. So he's the name I would circle back to. I don't know if Kendrick Green goes this early, but he's another guy that Brad put me on that's a tremendous fit on the interior. I don't know that he would be a high second-round pick, but if they feel that strongly about a guy like that to fill that hole on the interior line, I would be with that 100%.
Yeah, I agree with all those, that entire breakdown and kind of how you have it ranked too. I think that makes a lot of sense for what the 49ers needs are based on position and available players. I agree. I think Kendrick Green, if you want to grab him, I'd probably wait till the 3rd round. He'd probably slide to you there. But if they got Quinn, man, that would just be a lot of fun because we know what he brings to the table, the toughness. He is, like you said, he's a football guy. He just wants to play football. That's all he wants to do. He's going to play through injury. He's going to play through adversity. It doesn't matter. His experience, after we talked to him after his Senior Bowl run and some of the adversity that he faced to then, go through that, not knowing he was going to be a center until the night before, and him never taking, executing a snap with quarterback under center. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal to then go out and do that in practice against D1 guys and you're a D3 kid.
And those are like the cream of the crop D1 guys too. These are hand-selected elite athletes that the Senior Bowl committee is identifying as draftable players. So it's not like he just came in and they beat up on, I don't throw a team under the bus, but like a Sun Belt team or some, that's technically D1. No, like these guys are handpicked best of the best upperclassmen, and he came in and dominated with a broken finger, and he's still out there mauling dudes. Like
he's still mauling dudes. And that's what he was telling me about is what he broke on his hand is he broke this bone right here on his snapping hand.
Oh, man.
And he broke it at the beginning of practice, and he went through the entire practice with a broken hand on a snapping hand, and just that hurts, man. And you got to be built the right way to be able to go through something like that. So that was really cool to hear, and he is just a football guy. So you want those kinds of guys in your locker room. You want them in your positional rooms. It would just be a lot of fun to have him. Some other guys that could be available here as the draft is getting ready to kick off. If, they do want to opt for offensive linemen, maybe Samuel Cosmi is a guy that they're looking at who could play swing tackle, because I know the 49ers have had a really hard time trying to find a legitimate swing tackle. Sean Coleman, they brought in a couple years back, seemingly got hurt time and time again. Maybe they look for someone who can play swing tackle and compete for the guard position. You never know. But if they did want to go that route, Samuel Cosmi, I really like him a lot. 6'7", the movement skills on someone that big, legit. Also Dylan Raduns out of North Dakota State. Do the 49ers decide to bring Trey Lance and then bring his left tackle with him, you would have to imagine that they have so much intel on Dylan Raduns based on the fact that Dylan trained with Joe Staley. Clearly, they've watched every snap of Trey Lance, which means they probably watched every snap of Dylan Raduns. Who knows? Maybe they really like him a lot to take him there at that spot. Could be a position of interest. Richie Grant, I'm a big Richie Grant guy. I like his versatility. I like how his toughness that he brings to the table. He could play outside cornerback. He could play safety. He could play multiple positions. Special teams come in and fill a need right away. So there's definitely guys available. And who knows, where does Ronnie Perkins go? Where does a Boogie Basham go? Where does Tyson Campbell go? Where do guys like that go? Do they slide out? Do they slide to the third at, pick 102? Because not only are the 49ers drafting in the second round, but they're also drafting in the third round. And with that 102 pick, are there any players that you've kind of looked at and identified that could be available in the third round?
Felton is a big guy for me there. I think he's one that would be, it would be really fun to see what Kyle Shanahan could do with him. He plays that running back hybrid wide receiver role. I think that he's a guy that could just be a dynamic weapon, that would be that offensive weapon, kind of not really pigeonholed into a single spot. Could do a lot of things, could return kicks, could be potentially a third down back with some of the shiftiness that he provides, can play in the slot. Brevin Jordan out of Miami is another guy to watch. Tight end, a little bit less of a traditional tight end and more of a guy that's like a big slot type player. Very productive yards after the catch for a tight end of his size. Jamian Sherwood, safety out of Auburn, is another guy to watch. I think he's somebody that the 49ers have maintained constant contact with that could fill a need there. And then your guy, Kendrick Green, too. If Kendrick Green's still there at 102, I would be very happy with that pick as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone that I've been high on the entire draft process has been Divine Diablo. Admittedly, I landed on him because of his name alone, but when I watched the tape, it matched up. And really, really excited to see where he goes. He stood out at the Senior Bowl. They played him at outside linebacker. They played him at safety. He's, again, kind of one of those positionless guys that can play multiple different roles and do a bunch of different things. So if they want to kind of kick safety out down the line, maybe Divine Diablo is someone that they target in the third. Amon-Ra St. Brown, if they don't opt for wide receiver in the second. If he falls to the third, he's someone that I really like. Cornerback Robert Rochelle, the FCS kid. I like him a lot with his good size and movement skills. He could be a target as well. Cade Johnson, maybe Michael Carter slips a little bit. Have you done much research on Kenneth Gainwell?
Yeah, I've seen him a lot, and I know he's a really popular name for a lot of people. A lot of people like him, especially as that passing back that could be that do a lot of the things that we thought maybe Jerick McKinnon would do. I admittedly have a couple guys that I like better personally, but there's nothing wrong with him. It's just my own bias. I'm going to ride with the guys I've been with through most of this draft process. But Kenneth Gainwell has a lot of traction amongst a lot of people whose opinions I value tremendously. So I'm totally on board with him as well.
Yeah, he's someone that I came onto late in this process, but I'm like, oh, wow. I wish I watched you a little bit sooner. Like he looks like he has the ability to do a lot of different things, be a threat in the pass game, be a threat as a runner. He kind of has that one cut ability where he puts his foot in the ground and he plants and he's off to the races. Seems like he has really good vision. If that is a target, he could be available right there. Maybe someone like a Benjamin St. Juste to kind of, because, the 49ers typically like longer, rangier corners. They look like the same person, I swear. When I was watching them at the Senior Bowl, I was like, they even had the same baggy long sleeve Under Armour shirts. Like, I was like, man, he looks just like Akello. And he plays really well too. And I know a lot of people have different thoughts about Akello Witherspoon. But there was a time when Akello was playing as our best cornerback on the team back in 2019 before he got hurt. So I'm not saying that this guy is Akello, and you have to think of it like that. But it'll be really interesting. And with that being said, the Jaguars pick is in, and it will be announced here shortly. So we're going to get this thing started.
Yeah, so it makes. Yeah, are you a little bit behind?
Yeah, I'm behind. So
okay, I'll wait till you see it then.
No, let's just go. Let's just keep rolling. Okay, my screen's behind, but I'm seeing the updates. So Tyson Campbell, the other Georgia corner.
Yeah, I thought he would go before Stokes. I was surprised Stokes went before him, honestly, yesterday.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I was surprised Stokes went as high as he did. Honestly, wasn't expecting Stokes to go that high. But here we see Tyson Campbell come off the board as the first player in the second round. Again, over guys like Trevon Moehrig, over Azeez Ojulari, again, over other guys who we anticipated being first rounders. But what do you think about this pick?
I like it. I think that he's a good corner. I had Campbell higher than Stokes, honestly, and especially considering how high Newsome went. Campbell would have been my next best corner after Newsome that came off the board. So I'm totally fine with the pick. I wonder why they still spent that. Like, it doesn't matter how good this pick is, because I'm still so disappointed that they used that 25th pick on Travis Etienne. I don't understand what the hell they were doing there. So this is a good pick. I don't need to talk about yesterday, but it literally takes away the positiveness of this pick, because they could have hit when you're picking first, 25th, and 33. You have the ability to add 3 bona fide, bare minimum starting level players to your franchise. And I'm not saying Travis Etienne isn't a starting level player, but the value is just so. I don't see it. But Campbell he's a solid player. I think that they made a good pick now, but this pick would have looked a lot better had they not messed up the last pick they made, in my opinion. Because now it's like, no matter what they do here, I'm still going to be disappointed in them.
Do you think there was an opportunity for them to actually wait and take Etienne with this pick?
Oh, 100%. But maybe they saw Campbell and they liked Campbell more than Newsome. We never know how these teams' boards shake out. I like Newsome way better, honestly. So for me, it would have been a no-brainer. But yeah, I think there's a chance. And Urban Meyer, if I recall correctly, what he said was that they were taking the best guy left on their board, and the best guy left on their board was Etienne. So I think it's stupid personally, but I also am going to respect a team sticking guns, taking a player that they had higher on their board and following their own philosophy, because ultimately they're the ones who are going to have to live with the responsibility of this pick and the consequences or success of it. So my opinion doesn't really matter, but if you're asking me, running back at 25, if it was Javonte Williams, I'd feel a little bit differently. But I think James Robinson was good enough. You didn't need – like, if anything, they should have taken a receiver there. If they took an Elijah Moore, a Rondale, a Bateman, if they took Bateman right there, Bateman and Lawrence together, like, that would have been nice with Laviska and DJ Chark. Yeah, like, that's way better value in my opinion. So
right,
that's the issue I have with it.
In the third or the fourth, like, to supplement Robinson rather than feels like it's an immediate timeshare, right? It feels like it's an immediate timeshare. Fantasy fans aren't fond of the move, that's for sure. We talked about that last night as I drafted James Robinson pretty high in a startup this year. But, you know, it is what it is. And like we talk about all the time, it's like these teams have so much more information on these prospects than we do. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Shout out my guy, Josh Berkmos, man. Congrats to you and Kayla on the birth of your second son, man, dude. Congrats, bro. Congrats to you and Kayla, man. And hype for you guys. But it's going to be really interesting, man. What do you think the Jets do here with this?
They have to go receiver here, in my opinion. Get Zach Wilson some weapons. I would love Elijah Moore as much as I want him to see on the Niners. De'Ami Brown here would be a really good pick, in my opinion. Rondale here would also be very interesting. Give Mike LaFleur his own version of a guy he can use like Debo with some fly sweeps, some jet sweeps, get really creative. But again, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Joe Douglas is a very traditional guy. If they went, D-line here maybe, or, if they really like a guy like Radens maybe, because while I love Mekhi Becton, maybe they put Radens at right tackle. I don't think George Fant's very good, honestly, and people remember him from on the Seahawks. Elijah Moore. Okay, yeah, Elijah Moore.
Now you get to pair him up with Denzel Mims.
That's a good pick.
It is a good pick.
Little bummed he's not on the Niners, but, that's a good pick.
Yep, and now you're going to get a weapon for Zach Wilson, who's going to have a lot of fun with that player because, like you mentioned, he can go all over the place, man. The route running, the speed, he's legit. The size, again, we talk about it all the time. Like, there are small guys, and sometimes it is something to take into account. But at a certain point, you either can play or you can't. And Elijah Moore is one of those guys where
he can play.
He can play much larger than his size would indicate, and that's all you ask for. That's all you ask for at the end of the day. And so the Jets, honestly, great pick to pair with a young quarterback with, LaFleur, who will be calling the shots as the offensive coordinator. Elijah Moore can do a lot. And this is one of your guys, so I know you're bummed. I know you've been high on Elijah Moore since January. This has been one of your top guys. So I know you're bummed, but he goes to a good spot. He's
going to a similar system. He's going to the Kirkland brand 49ers on the East Coast. So, it hurts, but I like to see Robert Saleh getting some guys that, we're still Robert Saleh fans over here. So I'm happy to see that he's in a spot where he could probably go and succeed. But yeah, it stings a little bit, dude. I'm not going to lie. Just a little bit. It hurts.
I know it does. I know it does for you. We have a trade. Atlanta is trading pick 35. Haven't seen the details yet about it, but we have some movement on the board. Let's go.
Yeah, Elijah Moore is I'm watching the highlights that they're showing on NFL Network of him right now, and he was one of the funnest tape break. Not only is he really fun to watch, I'm excited to see where Matt Corral goes next year because I like Mississippi's quarterback too. I think they have it's really weird because they had an explosive offense and they keep pumping out these really good wide receivers, but they never really get sustained success. And half jokingly, like I'm a Lane Kiffin guy, so I'd be happy. I really would be happy to see Lane Kiffin get that program rolling because they have some dynamic. They put out AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, and Elijah Moore in the last 3 years. Like that's a pretty solid group of. And even if we're going to go back, I know he didn't pan out as well, but like Evan Ingram still was a pretty good skill player coming out of there. Like they've had talent. It's odd. Yeah, oh my God, dude! I thought the Niners were going to take him.
Right.
I was. Him and Cortland Sutton, I tricked myself into thinking the Niners would end up taking. The Cortland Sutton one, I'm still actually a little bit bummed about.
Yeah, I like Cortland Sutton a lot. I'm holding out for Cortland. Hopefully he comes back from the ACL. But we have a trade up. So the Broncos have traded up with Atlanta. So again, another one of the teams that was at the infamous private pro day for Justin Fields. Again, there's a handful of teams with Kyle Shanahan running the show. Broncos and Falcons were both there. They strike a deal and they move up. So who do you think they could be taking here? Who do you think they're hopping up to come get?
I want it to be Marek, kind of, dude. Him and Simmons in that secondary with Patrick Surtain too. Give Vic Fangio a group of guys that can just shut it down. That was how they found their success when they won a Super Bowl. But is it a tackle? Maybe I don't know. I'm honestly I'm at a loop. Like Marek would be my guy. Maybe they really like a guy like a JOK, maybe they see him. I'm surprised JOK is still falling. I saw Focus was saying in the chat earlier, get him with Fred Warner. If he's still there at 43, I'm actually going to be upset if the Niners don't take him. I usually don't get like actually upset when the Niners don't pick players. I would probably be actually upset if they didn't take him. But
oh my goodness, I would be all for JOK at 43. Are you kidding? That type of speed, you can literally, he doesn't need a position. You just put him in the middle of your defense and just let him roam. He could go anywhere. I'm convinced he can play safety. I'm convinced he can obviously play linebacker. I'm convinced he can play slot corner. I'm convinced he can do all of those things. So you could have something really special with a kid like that.
So they move up 5 slots. Did they take Javonte? I see in the chat it says they went running back. If they took Javonte, I'm going to be pissed, dude.
I'm hearing Javonte too.
Oh my God.
Which would make sense.
He didn't deserve that.
Did he go? Is that where he went?
He doesn't. Let's see.
Is that official?
I haven't seen
official?
it.
So
yeah, I keep seeing they took Javonte. Yeah.
It was a 5-pick swap. So Denver moves up to 35. Atlanta drops to 40. In exchange, Denver sends
it's Javonte.
Pick, and Atlanta gets a 4th for Javonte Williams.
Hate that for him.
Wow. I mean, it's good. Denver's happy. They're happy. They got a running back that best
running back in the draft, and he's going to go to some vanilla ass offense. That's not going to. I'm a little upset right now.
Jordan's going through it. But he's definitely going to be better than Melvin Gordon, what they already had. They got rid of Phillip Lindsay. Who was the other corner wide receiver or running back that they took like a year or two ago? Pretty high.
Oh, Royce Freeman. Rolls Royce Freeman.
Out of Oregon. I did not like that.
Oh my God. And Phillip Lindsay outplayed him from the beginning.
Oh my gosh. I was like, why did you take Royce Freeman, man?
That was
not
awful.
A good pick. And clearly they're admitting that to themselves as well by taking Javonte Williams, running back out of North Carolina. If you're watching him and you're watching the draft in the background, you're seeing why. He is a complete back. He's a complete back, and there aren't many of those that exist that can play at a NFL level. I like their comparison. They're comparing him to Nick Chubb. I actually think he's a little bit better than Nick Chubb in regards to being a pass catcher. He really is good pass catcher, like really good. Like I said, I think he's better than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think he's going to be a really solid back. You see the vision, you see the cuts, you see the toughness to break arm tackles. He's really good, man. He's going to be a good dynasty target. I know you don't like the spot in Denver, but in the long-term value, if we want to look at it from a dynasty standpoint, Melvin Gordon's not going to be there much longer.
If they get Aaron Rodgers, then I love it all of a sudden. But if they have a terrible quarterback, then I don't understand it. If they get Aaron Rodgers, I'll be a lot happier.
I've heard that theory that they did not take a quarterback in Justin Fields because they might be waiting out to see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. If you take a Justin Fields, you're definitely less inclined to go after Aaron Rodgers. But it sounds like as everything continues, Aaron Rodgers is still out in Green Bay. So Denver could be the suitor of that.
Did you see in the YouTube? I just want to say real quick, what's up to Martin? Martin saying what's up from Argentina. So we've gone worldwide, Brad. We are multi-continental at this point. Yes, we are worldwide. We're prestige worldwide at this point.
Prestige worldwide, elite security, all that kind of stuff.
Is that Jason Garrett? Are you watching this? This Dolphins guy looks like Jason Garrett in disguise. I don't know. You might be a little bit lagged behind. Wait for the Dolphins fan that pops up with the face mask and stuff. He looks like. Okay, we got Garrett one from we got someone from England in the chat on Instagram too. We are worldwide.
Oh, love
it.
Oh yes, the lads. Appreciate it. So what are your thoughts? I know you're a big Christian Barmore guy. Do you think that is a fit? Do you think that is fit? I mean, you look at how we're built right now. You look at DJ Jones. You look at Zach Kerr. They're both on 1-year deals. You grab a Barmore.
I would love.
You grab a Barmore.
Will they take an
Mexican-law?
Will they take an Alabama guy though? Like I'm starting to think there's actual animosity since the Reuben Foster thing, where the Niners are just like, nope.
And now we don't want your thing. And now how they just completely dragged Mac Jones through the mud and got everyone hating him. Oh man. Oh, Mac Jones is feeling it, man. He's feeling it.
I think that anybody coming in, I love today the camaraderie the team has, welcoming these guys in. Like this is a team that they're ready to win now. So if you do take a guy like Barmore, any of these guys you take, even if they're not ready to play right away because there are starters in place, I think that the foundation is set up where these veterans are going to take care of these guys. They're going to, you have a DJ Jones that's familiar with the system, that's shown he can dominate, and you have time to take these guys under their wings. That's one thing I think the team has done such a good job of, not only getting veterans that are ready to play, but high character guys that really, I think they just care about winning, dude. And that's the best. That's the greatest thing as a fan, is that there was a long time where it didn't feel that way. Like that, that it didn't feel like there was this unified front where it's like, hey, we have one goal in mind and that's to win. So I think even if they take a guy that's not going to start year one, I think there's a strong position in place where that player's not going to get discouraged. If you do take a Barmore and he's lower on the depth chart, if you do take a Trayvon Marek and he's lower on the depth chart, I would love to see that. Another guy we haven't really talked about as much that I'm holding out hope for too is Furmuth out of Penn State. Like, there's a great tight end room there already. We have the greatest tight end in the world. I'm a big peanut butter and Dwelly guy. I think Charlie Warner can be good, but man, I watched Furmuth play, and I just think I don't want to compare it to them because they were so good, but I think that it could be our own version of Hernandez and Gronk with him and Kittle, if that would work out. Got to show love to the tight end position. So there's a lot of options they could go with here. I'm going back through some of the mocks I did earlier, and there's a lot of guys that are still here I didn't even expect to be here that would have gone earlier in the first. So I'm excited, dude. It's every pick that comes in, there's still so many options at 43 that it's like, could they take that risk on Aziz? Could they take that risk on JOK? Like,
all right. But so have you seen some of the movement? So to catch up on what's happening with the draft, the Eagles have selected Landon Dickerson out of Alabama. And then there's a trade right after them. The Patriots have traded up with the Bengals to 38. So I believe the Bengals are on the clock.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about that Dickerson? I mean, I know I've talked to you. You're my O-line guy. Dickerson, he's going to redshirt essentially for a year, right? I don't think there's any chance he comes back before. I mean, unless he has like an Adrian Peterson. I think he'll be back by training camp? Oh, okay.
I think he'll be back by training camp. I just think the problem is he's been injured often in his career. And then, of course, the ACL. It's tough with the big guys, man. When your body starts breaking down as a big guy, like it's so much tougher because there's so much wear and tear that comes along with it. But I think the value is appropriate. Like we said, he fell out of the first because of injury. Right here is perfect, I think. And you look at Eagles' offensive line, they have been struggling for some time. I know a lot of people want to talk bad on Carson Wentz, and Carson Wentz definitely regressed. But you have to look at his offensive line as well. His offensive line has been hot garbage ever since Peters regressed, ever since they've lost a couple guys. Lane Johnson was hurt, I believe, for a good amount. So I think it's a great pick because one of the things that Landon Dickerson can do, he can play center. Son of a gun. There goes Christian Barrymore. Christian Barrymore goes off the board to the Patriots. Patriots traded up with Cincinnati. They grabbed Barrymore. So that was someone we were talking about as being a potential fit for us. But to keep going on Landon can play all 5 spots. He can play center, he can play guard, and he can play tackle. And he's a beast. So I like that pick a lot. I think it fits exactly what the Eagles need.
Why is Marek falling, dude? That's what I'm most intrigued about to find out right now.
The 49ers are 4 picks away, man.
Dude, if they take Marek, I'm buying the jersey right now.
And Trevon and Aziz are still available.
And that means they're going to take neither of them. That is the most upsetting part. They will take neither of them.
They're going to take someone that we've never heard, like some name where we're like, what?
They're going to take Hingle McCringleberry.
You're right. Oh, my goodness, dude. It's going to be crazy.
Hey, I'm just saying, if they take Hingle McCringleberry, those 2 tight end sets with Kittle would be bananas, dude. That'd be fun to watch.
Right.
Man, let's see who they go with though. This is getting very interesting, man. How am I so far behind? It says I don't know if my broadcast is slow. I'm still on the Eagles pick, man.
You're on the Eagles pick.
Reload this. Yeah, 37 still.
Yeah, so is mine. I think we're at the part of the draft where the actual announcing of the picks is taking way longer than the actual clock is.
Why is Adam Schefter tipping picks, dude? Like, get a hobby, dude. Go do something. Come on, I'm just kidding, obviously, but like, man, it's the same thing during the NBA draft. Like, the whole point is to have some suspense. Like, go outside, enjoy the sun, go do something. Like, what's the point of even watching this if all I'm going to get is updates from Adam? Like, it's crazy to me, and they still have insane ratings too. It's wild to me, dude.
It is. It is insanely wild. Oh, we got greetings from Guam. Greetings from Yugoslavia. Nice. Let's go.
Nice. We are worldwide.
Worldwide, baby. Jordan McShay and Brad Kuiper. Let's go. JOK's still on the board, though, man. 4 picks away.
So we know for a fact that New England moved up to 38 and they took Barmore. That's locked in.
Yeah, that was from Schefter. Panthers are at 39. Okay. Panthers are at 39. They traded with the Bears. Lots of trades going down right now.
The Bears are The Bears are moving all kinds of picks.
This is crazy town. All right.
Dude, if Marek is there at 43 and they don't take him, I'm going to be so upset. I think Chicago is going to take Marek here.
That makes sense. That honestly makes a lot of sense for Marek to go to.
I mocked him there in the first at 20, dude, before they traded up. Yeah, I had him going as a first-round pick.
Oh, let's see. We got Ireland in the chat. Let's go. Worldwide, man. Zimbabwe. Greetings from San Diego. That counts too. We like that. Oh, my goodness. So the 49ers, honestly, are in a great position. Absolutely great position.
Phenomenal. And that's why I'm trying not to get my hopes up because this happens all the time in all sports where there's a guy that I did the same. I know it's a different sport, but I did the same thing. What was it last year, the year before when Bull was still on the board? And I'm like, oh, they're going to take Bull here. They're going to take – and they took like God, who did they take? I forget if it was when they took Mannion or if it was the year before that. But yeah, no, it was the year before. It was it Smiley? I was super bummed about it. But yeah, that always happens where there's a guy that I really end up liking and then –
yeah, it's rare.
I get crushed.
Oh, let's go Bears. Okay, I'm liking this pick a lot. The Bears trade up and they take offensive tackle Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State.
He was still on the board. Okay. I thought someone grabbed him.
No, I think that's a fantastic fit. I mean, you're talking about a cold weather team out there in the snow. The dude is a mauler. He's not finesse. He's pure beast. He's just a mauler. He can play guard. He can play tackle. You can move him around. But I would anticipate that the Bears are going to play him at tackle to protect Justin Fields. So I like that. I like that pick a lot. I thought he was going to be a first rounder for sure. I really did. I thought he was.
There's a bunch of guys that I saw. Kevin, I thought would be a first rounder. Marig, Ojulari, JOK. There's so many of these guys that I thought would be first round picks that for some reason are sliding, dude.
But this is fun, man. They're super behind, though. The broadcast is so behind right now. They keep saying stop tipping. Yeah, we're to the point where the draft is moving way faster than the actual announcing of the picks. That's a problem with the production of the draft, is that the clock doesn't stop and they keep drafting. So we're at the point where we're now tipping picks. We're definitely not going to tip 49ers. We're definitely not going to tip the 49ers.
If you see me get up and sprint out of my chair, it's probably Marig, though, just a heads up.
Yeah.
Fair warning.
Or you like this again. You're like, the fist pump when we took Trey Lance. I was like, oh, we took Trey Lance.
And just the fact I didn't see Mac Jones was enough for me to get stoked about it. But,
dude, last night
and I'm looking – Aziz makes sense. It really was, dude. Aziz makes sense here. I don't know if they take Anthony Butler that high, but Quinn at 4, it's still holding out hope for Quinn. Did they fall in love with Quinn the way we did?
I hope. I don't know. I still feel like 40. You could probably trade back a couple spots to get Quinn if you really wanted to maximize the value. But if you liked him and you want to take him here, then do it. A lot of people like Asante Samuel here.
I'm not even gonna entertain that.
I said the same thing. I said we could talk about Asante in the third if we want.
If they take Asante, it'll be just like the Jaguars. That Trey Lance pick starts to lose a little bit of its luster if you take Asante Samuel Jr. here.
Exactly. But a lot of people like Asante out there.
I can't hear what they're saying on the draft, but KP had a good tweet. He goes, analysis. The national champions had a bunch of good players, so they're probably just going on about Alabama right now.
Right. Oh!
Did they take him?
No. They took my guy.
Oh, you're on Atlanta already, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to tip the picks.
Okay.
I need to stop looking.
I'm gonna mute Schefter. I feel like it's gonna get tipped in the chat regardless, though. Like,
yeah, it's gonna get tipped.
There's no escaping this age of information where everything is just out in the open.
Escaping it. And our streams are not. It's a tough situation for us because we're streaming. We're streaming, so the streams are already slow. So we're trying to get ahead of the stream, but we're too far ahead of the stream by looking at the tweets. So this is what we'll do. Atlanta just made their pick, but then it's Detroit, New York, then
they didn't take Quinn, did they? Did they take him?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't think you'll mind the pick. I don't think you'll mind.
Okay. Oh, I know who it was. Syracuse?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But you're thinking the right way. It's not Syracuse. It's one of my guys that I really.
I thought it was Melifonwu, honestly.
Think safety.
Holland?
Nope.
Richie Grant? Oh, okay. Yeah. Marig Betta.
Marig still on the board. Where's he at, man?
I can't believe it, dude. Something's up. They need to take him because he's not only He's not only just a dynamic safety. He could play any of the DB spots, dude. Take Moehrig, please. They're going to go edge, though. The Niners didn't take a D-line in the first round. And, even though they were picking at 3, that, meme of the dude where he's, sitting there and he has, the veins popping out of his head and he's, trying to hold it. That was them, trying not to, take a D-lineman at 3.
Right.
There was a card somewhere in that draft room that had Kwity Paye on it at 3, and they had to hide it.
Right. Oh, man. I mean, it's in the chat, so we're going to talk about it. Richie Grant goes to Atlanta. I am admittedly a big Richie Grant fan. I like the fit. Keanu Neal is not there anymore to play safety. So he's going to slot in and probably start right away. They opt for Richie Grant over Trevon Moehrig. Again, I'm a big Richie Grant guy. I fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl. I fell in love with him thinking he was an outside cornerback. But he ended up being a safety. So he's a guy that has a ton of versatility. And he's going to – I think he's a good fit for Atlanta. I really do. I liked him a lot. A little bummed. But Trevon, man, he's falling to our laps. Come on, Trevon.
It's got to be Moehrig or Ojulari, but Ojulari's falling for a reason, so that's the thing that worries me.
So let's look at. So we obviously know those two. There's no way they're going to go Nick Bolton out of Missouri. I can't see them going linebacker here. Tommy Tremble.
I wouldn't be annoyed if they did, honestly. If they took a linebacker, if they took Chaz Surratt or they took Jabril Cox, I'd be totally cool with it. But maybe they see enough in Greenlaw that they don't feel they need to.
I feel like you can push from a positional value standpoint. You could probably kick linebacker to the 3rd round. It feels like there's going to be some good linebackers still available in the 3rd round. I don't know. Like Nick Bolton out of Mizzou he's good linebacker, but he doesn't wow me with really anything. Don't think they're going to go tight end here, right? Do you think there's any chance they go Tommy? I know you were just talking about the
Furmuth. I would take Furmuth over them, but I don't see any connection. They didn't have a pre-draft meeting. They had a bunch of contact. And again, you can take guys you have no contact with, but that's usually a good indicator that there's been some sort of mutual interest. Brevin Jordan, they had the contact with. I didn't see it with Furmuth, so maybe they're not seeing it, but we stand tight ends on this channel, so I would be thrilled if they took a tight end. I just don't think Jordan is going to be taken this high. That pains me as a fellow Jordan, to say that, but I don't see the value.
I agree. And
Tremble, it's a little bit too early as well. Ojulari right here. If they feel confident that there's not a serious issue with his medical stuff, it's a home run pick at 43, man. I understand the hesitance after D Ford has had his issues, and you don't want to take an edge player that's not going to be able to play consistently, or you're worried about injury. But man,
all right. So I think how we have to handle this is I'll try not to tip the pick to you guys. But when New York is on the clock, I think maybe we both agree to go dark.
Yeah, let me turn off all my Schefter notifications and stuff right now.
So we don't want to tip the 49ers pick. So if you guys are in here and you're going to be enjoying this with us, as the 49ers are inching closer to the clock, don't tip the pick. The pick is going to come in way before they announce it. So what we're doing right now is we're preparing to silence everything that would tip the pick, because we really want to see it happen organically. So, FYI, guys, please. All it takes is one, though.
That's why I'm going through every chat, everything. I have to look at my phone, but I'm gonna try to focus on the computer screen so I don't get somebody will text me immediately.
Okay. All right. Well, the 49ers are officially on the clock. Turn everything off.
They are now?
Yeah. Okay. 49ers are officially on the clock.
How are they this far behind on the draft? That's embarrassing almost, dude.
It is embarrassing. See, this is the hard part because I actually got a post, man.
Are you going to turn the comments off too?
That's probably a good call. All right, 49ers are on the clock. Oh, my goodness. 49ers are on the clock.
Oh, my God. I just saw Aziz in capital letters, and I thought they got him, so.
Yeah, this is stressing me out. I'm trying to decide because I don't want to tip the pick. But
Mel Kiper has Dwayne Eskridge above De'Ami Brown. What?
What?
No way. Yeah, he has Hunter Long above Freiermuth. All right, Mel, you're getting old. It's time for Brad Graham to replace you. You're getting old, bud.
Brad Kuiper's coming through. Jordan McShay, we're taking over. It's just going to happen.
It's time for some. They need a new voice. That's absurd.
We're going to put it out there in the universe. You know, it's going to happen. Jordan McShay, Brad Kuiper coming soon.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna not look at the YouTube comments, and I am.
Right.
It's still showing the Lions pick.
I know they're so behind. They're so
how are they this far behind?
That's the hardest part, dude. That's like I need to be punctual with my posting, but I don't love it. Screw it. I'm here for the experience, guys. I'm here for the experience. We are turning off commenting. I'm hiding the chat. So on YouTube.
You know what it is? It's the commercials. That's why. Because you're right. The clock doesn't stop, and it's the commercials.
Yeah, the clock doesn't stop.
Yeah.
It just keeps rolling. And then they're, of course, they're trying to organize and get these people to come out and announce the pick. Like Jaquiski Tartt's supposed to announce the pick. So yeah. Jaquiski's there, and so he'll announce the pick. But, all right, we're on the clock. We're officially on the clock. I've turned off commenting on Instagram. I'm hiding the comments on YouTube. We're just going to see what happens here. I really don't want – oh, goodness. I think I almost saw it.
It's in already? God, man.
That was scary. I think it's in already.
How has this not happened yet where they haven't – like, they should at least have the Lions pick come in and then have the next person come in and pick – like, this is absurd that, like –
yeah,
I understand there's people watching that aren't on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that, but like this is ridiculous that there's not some kind of like.
Well, if you're into this, if you're just into it much more than just I'm a fan and I'll watch the games, but if you're into this,
wow,
you're probably on Twitter.
I like that Lions pick on Wuzurike to the Lions. That's a good pick. Another Pac-12 guy for Dan Campbell, the knee biter.
Defensive tackle out of Washington.
Yeah, another UW player. That's a guy that I know Kyle went and really liked. Kyle went to go watch when he was watching Tryon. And maybe do UW players go back-to-back? Or no, Miami has to pick because, Molden's still there. I didn't see any connection to Marig with the Niners, and that's, again, where I'm kind of like I'm not expecting them to do it. This is pain.
But we do know Kyle doesn't like to show his hands. So if he's interested in someone, he's admitted before that he goes about it a certain way. So just because it doesn't look like there's outward interest doesn't mean he's not interested. But I imagine the pick is in. Yeah, I like Levi a lot, man.
They're showing videos of him throwing Chase Garbers on the turf, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Garbers, man. Protect Garbers at all costs.
All right, now we have to wait for this Miami. I'm a little upset that everybody knows what this pick is except for us, though. I'm a little,
Yeah, no, I'm kind of bummed.
I'm usually pretty laid back and patient, but right now I'm a little.
I'm impatient.
I want to know, man, but it's also I know I'm gonna be let down tremendously. Round 243. Did the Niners trade out?
Or no, the Raiders traded. Did the Raiders trade out, or were they always in front?
Yeah,
of them?
it said 43. No, the Niners were at 43 for sure. So did they trade back with Oakland?
No, because it shows Detroit on the clock at 41. Next is Raiders at 42. Man, my phone is going off. That means the pick.
Yeah, the Niners traded back to 48 with the Yep, they traded back to 48. So we can turn the comments back on. Yeah, they traded back with Oakland. Yeah.
Wow, we made a trade with Oakland. Okay, let's go.
And only moved back 5 slots, so there's still a guy there that they like, and I'm hoping Quinn Meinerz.
Oh my gosh.
Quinn Meinerz at 48. I had
they got an extra 4th rounder.
If they take De'Ami Brown, I had a mock draft that I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. I had a mock draft where I took Lance at 3 and traded back from 43 to 48 and took De'Ami Brown. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Wow. Okay, so we got a trade. Let's go. Let's go Trader, not Trader Trent anymore, Trader Kyle. Okay, so we got a trade. I like the move, though. I like the trade. They see a guy who the value's there. They just got an extra 4th rounder. They got
this year or next year?
I believe it's this year. 4th rounder is 121. So the 49ers trade back with the Raiders. Who the Raiders are going to take? That's the real question. They might take Aziz. This feels kind of like Aziz because they need.
Yeah, I had a mock I did where I took Trey Lance and then I traded 48 and 80, or I got 48 and 80 from the Raiders and gave up. So I did better than this realistic scenario, but it also was fake and it isn't real, so it doesn't matter. But I did trade back with because I remember right when they said that I did. So if they do take De'Ami Brown at 48, I'm going to be ecstatic because then the next pick after that would be Kendrick Green, which would be not too bad in my opinion. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah,
I have about 750 mocks, so a few of them are bound to be correct at a certain point.
So it was 8 spots, correct?
5. 48.
5.
Yeah. Raiders should take Marek, honestly. They need secondary help. I don't care that they have Carl Joseph back. They need a better safety than that. Abram can't cover either, so. I'm gonna turn back on the. I might just leave the Schefter notifications off. I'm sick of. I'm sick of seeing the notifications. I'm so over it, dude.
The 49ers trade 5 spots back with the Raiders. Man, the notifications.
Yeah, so they gave up. They gave up 230 as well, and so they gave up. They got 48 and 121 for 43 and 230. So they moved back 5 spots to move up 109 spots.
Yeah, that's not bad. Trade back 100. The 49ers with the Raiders. Jeez, these notifications are going crazy right now. And acquire an additional 4th round.
Okay, so the Raiders pick has to be in because the Cowboys already picked as well, and the Cowboys are at 44.
So oh wait, so who's on the clock? So Miami picked already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dallas just picked. So whoever's at 45 should be on the clock right now, I believe.
Got it. All right. Okay, so we have.
They did take him. Damn it.
They took Morrig?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That hurts.
It hurts because the Niners could have taken him too, but
right. They could have taken him. He was right there in their lap to take him, and they said, no, we want to give him to the Raiders. Bastard.
That hurts.
That does hurt.
Shut up, Jordan. You're stupid. You don't know any of these prospects. We're giving them to Vegas. Move on. That's how it feels right now.
They're like, we're like, oh, we're good.
Thought if you told me yesterday that Trayvon Moehrig would be picked with the 43rd pick, I would have been through the moon. But knowing that it's Oakland and not the Niners, then.
But it's Oakland. Oh my goodness, that's tough, man. That's tough.
That hurts.
Trayvon Moehrig is.
What if they really like Azeez and they know teams are scared and they get Azeez and that extra 4th round pick?
I'm not putting my hopes into Azeez at all.
I'm not putting my hopes into anybody anymore.
Based on what just happened,
they just ripped my heart out, threw it, spiked it on the floor like Rob Gronkowski after a touchdown, and stepped all over it.
They're like, look, Trevon, you want it? They're like, nope. Bah!
It's like that commercial, like the Geico or whatever commercial. Oh, you almost had it. Like that's what it feels like right now. I almost had it. Maybe they take a receiver though. You know, there's still some good guys on the board. I like that. That's great value. Literally to move back 5 spots and come up 109 spots on day 3. That's huge. And now the 49ers are picking at 102, 117, and 121 and 155. I like that.
And there's still a ton of talent on the board. So.
Oh yeah. De'Ami Brown's still there. Terrace Marshall's still there. There's still some exciting picks there.
It's crazy how far Azeez is falling right now.
I think it's got to be Azeez, man. I think that if any team could absorb him not being a guy that's going to play every down and could play 30 to 40% of his snaps, it's the Niners. But
woo! What's it gonna be? What is it gonna be?
That's a good trade, though. I will say this, especially if they get their guy that they had all along as the better value at 48, then it's a great trade because you're getting still like 120. To me, the top 100 picks are in their own tier, but still the top 125 to 130 still maintain a lot of value. And no offense to any of these guys going late, you get rare gems, but pick 230 isn't valid. It's worthless in my opinion.
Do you feel like Asante Samuel's coming? I mean, I feel like the 49er faithful are trying to will it to happen. Do you think it's coming? They see an opportunity to get more value, trade back, and still get a guy like that. That could be a possibility. I mean, I see Cody. I see you calling for it.
I would not see why they would move off of Trayvon Moehrig to take an Asante Samuel when Asante Samuel is just not very good. And I say that with the utmost respect. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Trayvon Moehrig, good. Asante Samuel Jr., not very good in my opinion. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say. Yeah, exactly. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. I respect anybody who likes Asante Samuel Jr., but if it's just me personally, I just don't think he's very good. And I've talked about it before.
Yeah, we think he leaves a little bit to be desired, but still. Trayvon Moehrig was, oh, man. He was right there.
Azeez or Quinn? Dude, Quinn, they met with Quinn, too. I don't know if you talked to him about that, but I know the Niners have met with him, so I'm hoping they got blown away in the interview, and they were like, man, look, John Lynch sees him, football guy, high character guy.
The belly, man. The belly.
Oh
Give me the belly.
How could you not fall in love with the belly? Oh, my. Belly and the beard. Oh, my God, dude.
I mean, he's a big old offensive lineman from Wisconsin, and he's got dreads. I mean, come on.
If they take Quinn at 48, I'm going crazy, dude. I honestly would be happier than if they took Trayvon, even though Trayvon was one of my earlier, draft crushes. But,
right.
Man, I would be ecstatic.
Yeah, if they went with Quinn, that would be nuts. So it's so slow. They're so slow with this coverage, man. It's starting to hurt.
I'm trying to see where they're at right now.
They just announced the Jags pick.
So it's at what, 46?
So now that means Cincinnati's on the clock. So they're announcing Cowboys now. They've already announced the Jags pick. Cincinnati's on the clock. So the 49ers picks are coming close.
Schefter stopped tipping picks. It looks like I'm going through his tweets right now, and it looks like he stopped tipping picks finally.
Oh, then I got tipped by Albert Breer then.
Oh, I have all my notifications off, dude. They will not ruin this for me. I cannot allow it.
So Kelvin Joseph goes to Dallas. How do you like that pick? I feel like that's a little rich, honestly, for
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
For what he is.
They took Diggs last year though, in the second round, if I recall correctly, and he ended up being the best corner on the team. So, who am I to sit here and hate? I don't know why they took Micah Parsons, honestly. That pick doesn't make any sense at all to me either. That's one I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around.
I mean, I don't think Kelvin Joseph is like a bad prospect. I just didn't see him as a high second rounder, though, for sure.
Okay, so I'm seeing in the comments that they're saying that Rapp said that Marg had a back injury, and that's why he fell.
Makes sense.
And the medicals this year, that's what they all kept saying. They kept saying that there was going to be a lot more safe, conservative picks because they don't have the best medical information on a lot of these guys this year. So,
yep. Yeah. Absolutely. It's a bummer, though, because the dream was there for a second. The dream, the off-season dream of possibly getting Trevon Moehrig was there for a couple minutes, and we gave the dream to the Raiders. I guess that's what we get for laughing at their Leatherwood pick, right?
Hey, and you know what? That makes sense because there was no way if he was healthy that Moehrig would fall on that right. He was way too talented, too talented, and it makes sense why Richie Grant would go ahead. And not to say Richie Grant is talented, but that makes more sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. The Jacksonville Jaguars are announcing their pick. They go tackle Walker Little out of Stanford. I like this pick a lot. I really liked Walker Little. This was one of the guys that I had kind of pinned for the 49ers if they decided to not bring back Trent Williams. He was a guy that I thought would have been a great fit at 43 if that was the case. And that could have played and slotted in and started right away. He didn't play in 2020. He opted out, but he's legit. I like Walker Little a lot. He, again, is one of these big guys. He's 6'7" plus, but the movement skills for a guy like this big, and he shows the bend and he shows the ability to be able to, pass set well, and you see it on the screen is the way his hands shoot and all that kind of stuff. Walker Little is a legit talent. So, I mean, you're looking at how the Jags are starting to stack this draft now. You go Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne. Who did they draft earlier? With the first pick? Do you recall, Jordan?
The Jags?
Yeah, with the first pick in the second round.
Oh, they took Campbell out of Georgia.
Out of Georgia, Campbell. Walker Little. So they go three. They go three on offense and one on defense. So I like the Walker Little pick a lot. I really do.
He was in the conversation for some people as the best tackle. He was up there with Penei Sewell a year and a half ago. So it's just, I think it was another case where him and Davis Mills, there just wasn't enough tape on them for teams to feel comfortable. But I think the Niners pick's coming up too. I don't know if you want to.
It's coming up quick, man.
Cut the comments off or whatever, but
I'm going to here in a second. Once I get notification that they're on the clock, I'll cut them.
Bengals pick is. I think they've caught up more now. I think the NFL. Somebody had to have reached out to Schefter and these guys and been like, "Yo, stop tipping these picks. You're messing up our ratings." It's bad for business for all of them to continue to just tip picks.
Oh, it's terrible for business because that's the point. It's what's the point of watching the broadcast and all the production that goes into it? We just want to know who the picks are.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Shams tip a pick yet, just to troll everybody and come in and
troll everyone.
All right, let's see. Yeah, so the Bengals pick is in. Who did they pick? Can you? Oh, that's right. They got to have the player and announce the player. And this is a bit much, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Announce the pick. Let's get down to it.
The problem with the second round is they invite all these people in and they do the whole thing, and it's it's a production, and that's a problem.
Day 3 is the best. They run through day 3 so fast. By the time the pick comes around, the pick comes in and they're showing the highlight, the next pick is already in, and it just I love day 3 so much, dude. And there's 3 rounds to get through, 4 rounds to get through.
Right.
So announce the pick already, dude. Come on. Jackson Carman, there you go. Okay, that's a good pick. We talked about him a lot, dude. He was a weird evaluation because a lot of people had him low, but he said that he said he spoke to multiple teams that had them as their like number one tackle. And this is where I like that Jamar Chase pick a lot better because while I still think Sewell is good, I'd feel way more comfortable leaving Jonah at left tackle and putting Carman at right tackle, and then you still get that hopefully stud wide receiver in Jamar Chase.
Right, and this is exactly what we were talking about when Chase went off the board because you can push the offensive line down to the second. Like, you can find the value just like they found right here. There was conversations of Carman being a first-round talent. Like you said, his evaluation was all over the board, but, I mean, it's much better to get Jamar Chase and Carman here than I would say like a Sewell and Diami Brown, like kind of a situation. I think it's a better situation.
Could you imagine if the Niners take Rondale Moore, dude? I might.
Yeah, we're turning comments off.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I was gonna say I might have to leave the stream for a moment to go cry in the other room, but
okay,
I don't want to leave you hanging.
All right. So are they officially on the clock? Have we got word that the Niners?
The Chargers pick is in. So I don't know if the clock has already started on the Niners, but on TV it says the pick is in. Did you see it?
I did.
Am I going to be happy or sad?
You're going to be happy. No, it's not us. It's not us.
It's
who the Chargers picked.
But it was a good pick?
I mean, I laughed for a reason.
Okay.
It's someone that, we weren't too high on, but a lot of other people were high on. But hold on, I got to do my.
I know it. Is it a cornerback by any chance? God, thank God he's not going to the Niners. Thank God, dude. Oh my God,
Seriously, thank you, Chargers.
Oh,
I know a lot of people like him. I really do, but like I said,
no.
Jordan and I both got into the tape. I did a lot of tape study because I wanted to be sure. And I wasn't a big fan.
I'm ecstatic. So the Niners not only will not get him, but they will hopefully get Rondale Moore, Azeez Ojulari, Quinn Meinerz. There's Terrace Marshall here. Dude, if they take Terrace Marshall here at 48 too, that's really intriguing. Like if Kyle watched any of him and he was like, hey, I don't want to compare anybody to Julio, but he's like, man, this guy's 6'3", runs in the 4.3s, has that frame. He's only 20 years old too. He could come in at the same age as Trey Lance, grow with him, develop with him, get him that stud number one target. Like, man, I am where's Rondale going to fall too, dude? Like now I'm wondering where Rondale – I really hope he doesn't go to like Seattle whenever Seattle's picking or like LA.
Yeah. Or the Rams.
That'd be terrifying.
He would be a really good fit with the Rams.
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's go. I got all notifications off. I'm not looking at my phone. Screen's down. We're not looking at comments. Comments are off. Azeez is available. I want to make sure I get my board up real quick. So let's see. Let's talk through. So again, we like Azeez. We like Quinn.
My wish list right now would probably be Quinn 1A, Ojulari 1B. Then it would go.
JOK is still on the board.
Yeah,
That's a possibility.
Why do they see enough?
Why is he falling?
Does DeMeco Ryans come in and bang the table for him and say, "Hey, I this is the guy that I want. I want to put him next to Fred Warner"? Like
he could. So we're gonna have to try and time this up to see what your timer looks like. Because if you're ahead of me, you might have to flip the screen again.
Okay, let's see.
So we could see it at the same time, but I'll wait till the ticket.
I'm still the Chargers pick hasn't even been announced on my end yet.
Yeah,
so.
It says pick is in, and we're on commercial right now.
There's hearts flowing in that. There's hearts flowing in the chat on Instagram, so I'm hoping that it's a good pick. If these people have the information already, I'm hoping that this isn't just like. I'm hoping they're spamming that because.
My phone hasn't started going off yet, so once the phone starts going off, then I think that's when we know the pick has been made.
Spam the hearts if it's a pick that I'm gonna like. Please give me a reassurance.
Sign. Oh,
Ronnie Perkins would be a good pick here too. If they get Ronnie Perkins, that's another guy I would say I like. I wasn't admittedly as high on Asai, but Asai tested physically very well too. So he's somebody I can.
yeah,
The
I'm not
Niners
as
like
high
those
as
physical
on
guys.
Osai. I'd probably pick Boogie Basham over Osai. I like Ronnie Perkins though as well. I think those two offer two different skill sets where Perkins is more of like an edge outside linebacker, where Boogie Basham's more of an edge inside defensive, like IDL. So they both offered.
Oh no, I don't like some of that.
I can't look at my board. It updated. So that
don't.
49ers picks in. The 49er pick is in. We're not looking. We don't know. So where are you at with your stream? Asante Samuel just.
They're showing Asante Samuel. They're showing Asante Samuel highlights right now on my stream.
Okay, so you are ahead of me. You're probably like a 30 seconds ahead of me. So I might need you on Instagram to flip it just so we can see it at the same time. Yeah, you're ahead of me. There we go. So Asante Samuel goes off the board, one pick ahead of the 49ers. And again, a lot of 49er fans really, really wanted Asante Samuel. Jordan and I apparently are one of the only two 49er fans who aren't high on Asante Samuel. Like I said, I did a lot of study on him. I wanted to make sure that my evaluation was on point, and I just didn't see what a lot of people are seeing. But so hopefully that makes you guys feel a little bit better that Jordan and I aren't bummed about it.
Aziz, Diami, Ronnie Perkins, maybe they might be, unless the pick is actually in and we're just delayed a little bit with the timer. They could be looking. I was gonna say they could be looking to trade back again. Like,
trying to see. Do I have the eval?
Look at that. Doesn't that look sexy? That round 1 pick 3 right there. That's just sitting there.
Oh yeah,
that looks pretty nice, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Great. They should just leave that graphic on there.
So here's some of the notes that I took on Asante Samuel. Oh man, the pick is going to be in soon. Oh, of course they go to commercial.
They can't go to commercials every single pick in the second round.
This is insane, man. Just build in the commercials into the freaking
have them at the same time. And that's the thing is, honestly, I know it's a little sidetrack, but like if I'm watching TV and you have ads at the same time as the show's on, I'm not going to change the channel. If you put ads on, I will literally change the channel and not watch the ads, which defeats the whole purpose of commercial. It makes no sense, dude.
Right. So this is quickly some of the notes that I had on Asante Samuel. Solid size, great athlete, very fluid feet and hips. He's strongest in off coverage. His ability allows him to recover, because I did notice he got beat quite a bit. So his ability allowed him to recover, though, and get into good position to make plays. He had some decent reps at playing at goal line in press man. Some of the questions that I had on him were awareness. Felt like he was late to react. His timing wasn't good. Mediocre at best tackler. 2 of the interceptions that I got to see were complete gifts. He did have a solid pass breakup in one of the games, but honestly, the thing that I landed on was just not ultra aggressive. I just didn't come away thinking he was ultra aggressive in coverage, and doing the things that you want to see. But right now, so you're watching ESPN stream. I'm watching the NFL stream. On the NFL stream, they're showing John Lynch and Kyle on the phone with whoever that prospect is. So we're going to find out who it is. We don't know yet. We have all notifications off. I'm sure the pick has already been announced. It's already been announced. We don't know.
I saw AJ Hawk say yesterday he thought the thing with the chair got old after a couple, because that's the chair, if everybody remembers, that he did the draft from last year. I'm kind of with him. I think that's what it is. Remember, he had the chair in his basement.
Yeah, I didn't make the correlation.
I don't know if it's going to echo or not, though. So,
ooh, put it on. Put the sound on.
Aaron Banks.
Our colleague Matt Miller.
Wait, they took someone?
Aaron Banks.
Just like we talked about, someone we have not watched.
To me like a good
a guard. A lineman. Okay.
Over Quinn.
I'm not. I'm.
All right. Well, this is one of those picks where it's. I have no unfortunate insight to give you because I have not studied Aaron Banks. That's unfortunate. All right. I got to make the pick. I got to make the post though. Aaron Banks. So they go back to the well.
He's big. He's big, dude.
So they're showing him on the screen. Let's see what we got. He is big.
He's a big dude.
And he's a guard. He's a first-team All-American. He's really big. He's a chunky boy.
Yeah, he's a big dude. So they addressed the interior line. That's right. I didn't see this one coming at all. I didn't totally see it coming. I did not see this coming at all. But hey, you got to win in the trenches. You got to protect that investment you made in Trey Lance. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the thought process. I thought this was something that was going to be absolutely in play. We talked about, we're big Brunskill guys, but, we understand he's on the last year of his deal. And so who knows what that will play out and look like.
Tomlinson's on the last year of his deal too, right?
Right, and they haven't extended him yet. But, wow.
I'm surprised. I didn't see that guy. And that's, that's another one where it's not like if they took Asante Samuel Jr., I'd be livid right now. But they took a guy that I just haven't really watched. It wasn't really on my radar. I didn't think they would go guard this early, honestly. I thought they would do it at 102. So most of the guard play I watched was later in the draft. So
I just saw who Arizona took.
I'm gonna turn all my notifications and stuff back on now.
All right. Well. Wasn't totally anticipating that. Would have loved. Aziz goes right by us. Rondell Moore goes right by us. So let's see. Let's get these posts out, and then we'll try and break down the pick a little bit more. Let's see here. At least I guess the positive is that they were able to trade back.
He's big, dude. That'll be a fun one if you want to do like a breakdown or something on with your offensive line. But he looks massive, dude. Just when I watch those little clips they just showed, I haven't watched it at all.
He looks really big.
I watched Tommy Tremble, but I wasn't really focused on the rest of the team, to be honest. But that's like. There's been no reason to watch Notre Dame film.
No, I watched Liam Eichenberg. I watched him, but I didn't pay attention to anyone else.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep. Oh, we're turning comments back on.
It's better than him going to Seattle, I guess. But
it's not better because it's about the same, honestly.
I'm a little upset right now, dude.
So it's Aaron Banks.
Man, I cannot believe it, man. What is poor Andy Isabella gonna do now?
Oh, poor Andy. Dang, was not expecting that. So we are definitely going to have to do some tape study on Aaron Banks. He's massive. He's absolutely massive. So let's see here. So according to Pro Football Focus, Aaron Banks only allowed 2 sacks and 19 total pressures in 443 true pass sets over 3 seasons at Notre Dame. So off that sounds good. That sounds good. It's just one of those things where I, again, didn't do the study on Aaron Banks, so it's going to have to be one of those things about.
You know what? That's crazy that we should talk about is how much does this have to do with what they're going to do with Trey Lance, taking a guy that's 330 pounds, that's massive like that. How much of that has to do with what they're going to do with Trey Lance in that power run game? Like,
Well, that's the thing. It's like outside zone run game, you typically want offensive linemen who are quick. You want them to be quicker, light-footed, strong with their technique. You want them to be able to move, get to the second level. I mean, based on just the couple clips they showed, he looked like a pretty lumbering guy. But who knows? Like who knows? Again, like that's just us, our very, very first impression. We got to dive into the tape. I'm excited to dive into the tape. I'm excited to see what we get. Mike McGlinchey's hyped, man.
Hey, 2 Notre Dame guys that both wear
69.
Nice.
So that's a bummer. Wish that was Quinn.
I do too. I don't think there's any chance they get him now. Too.
Or Kendrick Green, because that was the thing. You could have totally taken Aziz here. Probably gotten Kendrick Green in the 3rd. But like I said, it's hard to judge the pick when you haven't watched enough.
Oh, no way. So Aaron Banks is from El Cerrito, dude.
Oh.
Bay Area boy.
Bay Area boy. I mean, so that's the thing, man. That's been one of the hardest things is to try when you're trying to scout Kyle and what they like. This is the 4th offensive lineman that they've taken in his tenure. You know, so far they've taken 2 Notre Dame guys, West Virginia guy, and I think Schools from Vanderbilt, I believe. So, all right, well, we got some study to do because I'm excited to get into his tape, man. I'm going to start pulling it up right now. I want to start watching. Definitely wasn't expecting that pick.
I wasn't either, but that's it. So this is the problem too. Did so much of this draft process, particularly with linemen, looking at what Shanahan's wanted before, and the addition of Trey Lance changes everything because with Trey Lance, you're getting a guy that can run QB power, that can put his head down and run some of those plays we've seen guys like Cam Newton run, where you're literally just going 11 on 11 and mauling the guys in front of you. Vish Kumaran, one of my guys, if you're not following him on Twitter, Vish is a genius. He had a good point. He's like, maybe Kyle's just going to go full Baltimore and just try to maul everyone next year because you have Trent and Tomlinson on the left side. You got Mike and his buddy Aaron Banks on the right side with Alex Mack holding down the center now. That offensive line is looking nice, dude. And you got to protect your investment in Trey. I'm a little hurt that they didn't take my guys, but I'm not going to be selfish here because – what do I know ultimately at the end of the day? Rondale to Arizona stings a little bit, but this could be something where you look back on it, and the O-line is the better pick 3 years from now, you know?
Yeah, the New York pick is going to sting a little bit as well.
Oh, so for analytics nerds like myself, so Aaron Banks had the highest PFF wins above average for people who like WAR, which is just, you know, a lot of people think it's a made-up stat, but if it makes you feel better, he was the most valuable guard in college football last year in terms of wins above replacement. So,
can you explain that stat to those people?
It's essentially a stat that quantifies the value that a player has and how much they're contributing to wins above it. So it basically quantifies how much value that player has over a replacement level player. So you take the collective data of what an average league average replacement level player would have, and that's why they call it wins above replacement. Mm-hmm. So you want to be higher on it generally. And this is my whole thing, is stats like that can be hard to quantify or put a tangible value on. I used to be the same way with baseball. I'm like, this is a stupid stat. But what I started to notice was all the guys that were among the top of wins above replacement generally were the same players that I would rank at the top of the league anyway. And I've noticed the same thing with football. So it's a stat that generally doesn't tell everything, but you want, like, the guys at the top of those lists generally are the better players overall based on the eye test and other metrics. So he's big, dude. That's what he's massive. Like he's
really big.
And yeah.
I'm watching him right now, and his movement skills are actually a lot better than I anticipated. He has a good get off. So that's one of the first things that I really like and I think is really important to be a successful offensive lineman, is you have to have a good first step. Your first step takes you on your path, and if you can get out of your stance quickly, that really helps you, especially in an offense like the 49ers that like to spread the running lanes. Did you see it? You saw it? Stings, man.
I mean, he wasn't gonna make it. But hey, you know what? I actually like that pick because the Giants had a good defense last year. I like that pick a lot.
Ooh. Okay, I'm watching Aaron Banks right now.
Yeah, he's big.
I'm starting to like it.
Laugh?
I'm starting to like it a little more.
You want to laugh? Washington just picked a quarterback.
Did they really?
Yeah, guess who they took?
Kellen Mond?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, so do you know who Marvin Wilson is? The D tackle for Florida State?
Yes.
So he's been, he was talked about at the beginning of the process as one of the better interior defensive tackles or nose tackles. So I'm watching right now Aaron Banks versus Marvin Wilson, who he's going to be an NFL player. And so basically the play that I'm watching is Aaron Banks, our new offensive lineman, has Marvin Wilson shaded on the inside. And so basically Banks is just crashing down and demolishes him. Absolutely demolishes him. So I'm starting to really like this Aaron Banks pick. The more, because again, like I said, it's hard to react off something of someone you haven't watched. But now that I'm watching him, you look at the size that he possesses, and now I'm seeing the movement skills. I think his feet are some of the. Ooh! Okay, I like him. Ooh, let's go. Okay, so what I'm really liking about Aaron Banks right now is he has really good feet for his size, and his base is very strong. He has a very strong base. Good kick step. He has good feet, man. All right, so that's the thing. That's what I was talking about. If you want to play in this offense, you have to have good feet, and what I'm seeing is good feet. And he looks like a finisher too.
He's just big, dude. That's the first thing. Just massive. That was literally the first thing that jumped out to me. Did not look like a Shanahan offensive line guy, but now both guard spots, dude. They got big. They got just massive. And again, it's not, there's way more to football, but there's something to be said for that get off the bus factor where you start seeing Javon Kinlaw and Trent Williams and Aaron Banks and Laken Tomlinson and these guys get off the bus. You're like, damn, that's a big team, dude.
Wait, Washington took Cosme.
Oh, they did? Oh, somebody said they took Mon. Okay, I got duped.
Oh, you got to be careful with the chat. They be looking to troll.
I got duped.
But okay.
Why are they showing Sam? Oh, is it for Cosme? I was like, why the hell are they showing Sam Ellinger highlights? I mean, I'm all for Sam Ellinger highlights, but
so we were thinking offensive line. We talked about offensive line, especially interior offensive line being a potential pick at 43. They trade back, what was it, 5 spots, 8 spots, whatever it was, to move up 100 spots or so later in the draft. They still probably get the guy that was on their board, and they're probably feeling pretty good about this.
Jeff Schwartz said perfect fit for the Niners for what it's worth. He's pretty smart when it comes to O-line.
Oh yeah, he's an O-line guy. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm watching it right now. I agree. I think it's a good pick.
You know who we need to see? What is Brandon Thorne saying about this? Has he tweeted yet?
Yeah, we do need to see what he's saying about this.
He's tweeted about Eichenberg, but he hasn't tweeted about Banks yet. I know he was the big Kevin Jenkins guy too, right?
Yeah, he was. Okay, so also in this game against Florida State, it looks like the left tackle got hurt, so Banks had to switch out to left tackle. So again, one of the things that I'm watching. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to like this guy. We're going to like this guy a lot. He has good bend for his size. Do you have his measurables by chance in front of you?
Aaron Banks?
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me pull up some numbers for the people, right? Let me get this going. Sorry, I'm still upset about Rondale Moore going to Arizona.
Yeah.
That's a legitimate deep threat that they probably thought Andy Isabella. They took Andy Isabella over TK Metcalf. That's one of the funniest picks in NFL history, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's like okay. Sorry, let me look this up real quick.
All right, and so again, like if you guys are just hopping on, I'm watching Aaron Banks right now. He's showing me that he can get to the second level with ease. That's another big, huge need for offensive linemen in this system. You need to be able to get onto linebackers quickly. Again, the feet. I like the feet. Offensive line need feet. Yeah, there we go. Kick him out. Yeah, I like this guy.
He's agile, but he's massive.
He's massive, and he moves really well for his size. I like it. I do. I'm falling in love with it with every rep. All right. All right. I'm feeling better.
Here we go.
Wasn't the home run hit that we were expecting?
Okay, so this is what I think people are going to like. His run blocking grade is 82.1, but his pass blocking grade is 80.8. So that means that he held up pretty well from the grading standpoint at both, and he didn't waver too far one way or the other. And I know a lot of people have this, conception that Mike McGlinchey's awful at pass protection, really good at run blocking. So if you're worried about anything like that, I think that a pick like that definitely signifies that they're looking to get a little bit more balanced. Let me pull up his measurables. 6'6", 330 pounds.
6'6", 330.
Yeah. Let's see. He allowed 10 pressures all season in. Let's see. Played a little bit. So he's left guard for the majority of his snaps.
Oh, let's go. I love this guy. He's coming over to the pile, shoving dudes off. Let's go. Get him out of here.
So he allowed 10 pressures in 461 pass blocking reps this year.
Yeah, he's so for 49ers fans. Oh, let's go, Banks.
Yeah, he's nice.
He's destroying dudes right now. Just picked up a blitzer and just put him on his back. So these are some of the traits that I'm picking up. Like I'm saying, this is my first impression of watching him. But for his size, you said he was 6'6", 330, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'6", 330. One of the things that I saw right away were his feet and his base. If you want to be an offensive lineman, you have to have solid feet and a strong base. Something that we look at with McGlinchey and some of the things that we have trouble with McGlinchey is his base and his feet in pass protection. And I think that gets him in trouble more often than not. But when I'm looking at Banks, you're seeing the guy who has the massive size, 6'6", 330 pounds, but his feet are moving. They're really, really good. And when he wants to pull, he's a really good puller, and he's able to get out of his stance and get down the line and get his hat on the right side of the defender. He's been finishing blocks. He's been able to get to the second level. He's pancaking guys. He's throwing guys off the pile. And this is just one game so far. And again, it's against a guy who's entering the draft right now and will be an NFL player.
Dylan Radins to the Titans.
Wow.
You know who tipped the pick? Who tipped the pick? Guess who tipped the pick?
Staley.
Shams.
Did he really?
He really did.
That's funny.
It was a matter of time. Honestly, the Niners have ammo now, too. I'm not predicting it will happen, but the Niners have 3 fourth-round picks, I think, now. If I remember correctly, I think they have 3 fourth-round picks. They could move up to the second round and get another guy right now. Probably they could probably package 102 and another pick to move up. Maybe not immediately, but more towards that third round they could move up. Whoops.
So honestly, like it kind of feels like they kind of got a Brunskill that has a lot more weight in his pants, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so Brunskill's really good technically, and he's got really good feet quickness and good technique. But I think some of the issues that he has is he's kind of lighter, so he doesn't get the most push at times. If he comes off with his good technique and everything, he can gain the position. But with the Aaron Banks, like it looks like he has the same movement skills, but he's got the power behind it as well.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be an interesting pick to see. It's the more so not the player, it's the physical build of the player signals a change in what I think Kyle Shanahan is looking for.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing is his size. Mm-hmm. It doesn't hinder his movement skills, so he still offers those movement skills, and that's probably why they liked him, because he offers the size, but he can still move and play within the zone scheme. So that's what I'm seeing. I mean, he's literally pulling down the line and turning – like he's doing really, really well.
And I just sent out a tweet about, hey, so he didn't allow a sack in the 461 pass blocking snaps either. And I put 2021 instead of 2020, and it's already blown up enough that I can't delete it and resend it. So I'm just going to have to – take that one.
What was the tweet that you put out?
I put out that Aaron Banks didn't allow a single sack in 461 pass blocking snaps during the 2021 season. That's obviously not happened yet. It was the 2020 season.
You said 2021.
Yeah, dude, and it got like 50 likes in the first minute, so I can't delete it. Like it's getting, wow. I want people to feel good about it. I don't care about it for myself. I want people to understand like the pick's good. I can't,
right?
So I have to eat that one. I'm taking that one on the chin. I was stupid and got my ears mixed up, but I think people understood what I was saying, like But I was so excited to tweet that out because that's pretty damn good, dude. That's and you're only giving up pressure every 46 snaps. Like that's good. And Notre Dame played some good teams this year too, so.
Oh yeah, they played against a lot of really good teams. Yeah, this is a good pick. It's a good pick. Initially, didn't know much about it. I'll be straightforward.
I honestly have not watched a single minute of film with the intent of watching Aaron Banks play football.
Well,
but
I watched Liam Eichenberg. I watched him. I spent time. I watched a couple games of Liam. Like I said, when I was preparing for Trent to leave, I wanted to make sure that I understood all the tackles and who was available. So if he did leave, I'd feel better about it because I would know who's available. But I didn't watch Aaron Banks specifically. He's good, man. I mean, it's not the same hype as like if we got Quinn. If we got Quinn, the Quinn hype would have been buzzing. It would have been a lot of fun, but this is a good pick. I think the 49er fans are going to like this a lot.
He's just a big dude, man. That's what keeps getting me. And the Niners made it very clear they're going to get comfortable with certain teams in their pipeline and the information they're getting. South Carolina, Notre Dame, obviously now. It seems like even though they've only taken a couple players and the guy they took may not have panned out, I think that they trust Washington as well. I think there's just some schools that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch feel a little bit more confident with the information they're receiving from said teams.
Yeah, I'm hyped, man. Again, it's always a little nerve-wracking when they select someone. You're like, oh, of course, because we talked about it. We're like, oh, they're gonna grab someone that we didn't watch. So
I knew it was coming too. I just didn't know it would be him. Like,
all right,
is JOK still on the board too?
No, he went to the Browns.
Oh, okay.
Browns
Wow,
killing it right now, bro.
Yeah, Andrew Berry, numbers guy, analytics nerds, rise up.
Seriously.
That defense is looking really good, actually, if JOK pans out. Like, that's looking really good. Between Newsome, they got John Johnson. They have Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney, Denzel Ward. That's a good-looking team. Yeah, their only bummer is that they still have Baker Mayfield playing quarterback. But, you know.
If they can get anything out of Grant Delpit, they'll be doing all right.
Yeah, and even Greedy Williams. I wasn't a big Greedy guy, but, you know. This is so funny. So Shams drops the Titans pick, and then he just goes back to tweeting about LeBron coming back tonight. It's so funny. He's such a troll. Dude, I wonder if because I don't know if you remember him and Rappaport got into it, and Rappaport was like, "Hey, stick to basketball," and I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. It seemed like he was kind of serious.
Really? No, I didn't see that. Was that recent?
Oh, dude, it was like a couple months ago. I forget when it was. It might have been the Stafford news, or it was something else. No, it was Wentz, maybe. It was one of the things that happened this offseason, and he said that stuff, and he was like, hey, he like quote tweeted him, was like, stick to basketball or something, and it seemed like, because I could see how those guys get a little territorial, especially if Shams just come in. I think he just came in to tweet the Dylan Radins pick and then bounced. Like,
You're right.
I think it's funny, personally, but
that's a power move.
A little bit. Because don't you remember he tweeted about how Trump got COVID, and I was like, how the hell does Shams know this? Like, before they announced it or anything? Shams went on Twitter and posted about how the president of the United States is kind of like, what? Like, what kind of information is this guy getting, man? But, you know, that's a story for another day. But, yeah, it's wild how he gets that kind of information and then just disappears. He just goes back to whatever the hell he does. It's basketball news or whatever the hell he does. Like, wild, man.
Baller, man.
Oh, the Seahawks on the clock right now. I hope they take somebody stupid so I can make fun of them. Come on, John Schneider. You never let me down. Coulter. Did Seattle pick already? I can't tell if it seems like the broadcast slowed down and they stopped tipping picks a little bit.
Yeah, they're probably getting roasted for it. Ooh, my. So here's a tweet from Brandon Thorne from March. He's saying Aaron Banks is a plus run blocker with some impressive foot quickness and movement skills at 6'6", 335 plus. Which is exactly what.
Oh, we were talking about the feet. I wonder who else was talking about the feet. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That he has the movement skills. You immediately see the size of Aaron Banks, and you're like, what?
Here's another Deo Odeyingbo from Vanderbilt. He was another guy. He was fun to watch. He went to the Colts at the end. So they go edge back-to-back picks.
Yeah, I like
this is one of my favorite parts of the draft. This is when these guys start, like, the boards really get messy, I think, because we can generally predict like 80% of the first 30 picks or whatever. Now it's when it really gets like.
Now the gems come out.
Aaron Banks, man, I did not think of. Well, and that's the thing is, I would never watch a guy that big and think Shanahan would want to take him. Just like watching Deontay Brown, I was like, I don't think Shanahan would want any parts of him. Like,
no, that's exactly what I said. Everyone was like, after that national championship game, they're like, oh, Deontay Brown to the Niners. I was like, he is the exact opposite of a fit for what Kyle wants to do. There's no way. I was like, he's one of the most sloppy offensive linemen in this class. Like, there's no way Shanahan would go after him at all. So, I mean, there's a very specific type of offensive lineman that needs to work in these zone schemes. And like I said, you got to have the feet. You got to have quick feet. Slow feet don't eat. So, I love it.
And to be that big and move like that is
nice. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The more and more I watch, I'm getting hyped and hyped.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
the way he works the second level. What?
I don't know. Okay, so I think he's in here. My buddy RA is a Seahawks fan. I think the Seahawks are going to take a receiver here, and they might trade down for more picks because they have almost none. But with De'Ami Brown, Terrace Marshall, DK, and Lockett, with Russ throwing them the ball, terrifies me. De'Ami Brown with Russ and DK terrifies me.
Yeah.
Rondale Moore would have been a great pick. I'm so mad that Rondale Moore went one pick after the 49ers, and he went to a divisional opponent too. Like,
I feel like that always happens, man.
I can't root for him anymore, honestly. Like, I mean, I can kind of, for my Cliff Kingsbury offensive genius jokes, I can, but.
Well, so I'm really worried about. I'm really worried about Seattle taking Quinn.
No, oh God, no.
I know Quinn. So when I've talked to Quinn, I've talked to Quinn quite a bit.
Oh,
The Seattle fan base, the Seattle fan base is big on Quinn. They really like Quinn a lot.
How could you not like Quinn? But no, don't do it. Refuse to pull an Eli Manning, Quinn, if that happens.
Seriously.
Refuse to go there.
Dude, I love this kid. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he's nice, dude. So who's up? Let's see. Freiermuth went to the Steelers. That's such a Steelers pick. Oh, I love that.
Did they?
Oh,
I
love that. Yeah, that's a great pick. Freiermuth to the Steelers. That's a great pick. Great pick.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited to share my excitement with the 49er fan base.
We're working on.
I'm excited. And we got great value too.
I think the Niners might not look to add a receiver. That's one thing I got wrong with my last mock I did. I didn't have them taking a lineman, I think, because I was like, I just think that they're not really that pressed for one yet. But hey, I've been wrong before and I will be wrong again.
Well, that's the thing when you're projecting. We're trying our best to read their minds, and we have no idea what they're thinking.
God, I feel so stupid, dude. I can't believe I put the wrong season.
Is the tweet still going off?
It's every second my phone's buzzing going, and it was like the perfect tweet to make people feel better about the pick. Like I was trying to have people get psyched and amped, and it's like, look at this dummy, he doesn't even know what year it is. Is the pick in for the Seahawks? Nope. So they're trying to trade back, I think. I don't know if RA is still in the chat, but I think your guys are trying to trade back because they only have 3 picks this year, and 2 of them are day 3, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm having fun watching this tape right now. I'm not going to lie. All right, but hopefully Quinn doesn't go to Seattle because that will really suck. But based on our luck tonight, all our favorite players are going to rivals. So would sound about right. They need offensive line help. Damn,
I need to turn I'm sorry. I need to mute this tweet or something because I feel like it's gonna.
Are people telling you that the year's wrong?
I can hear it. I can hear it. I'm not seeing it, but I can hear it myself. I don't want to be annoying people. That's just below like.
Yeah,
and of course, it's the like I said. Of course, it's the one that I got the year wrong on. It had to have been the one that was up.
All right.
I can mute all of everything now.
And I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, who did this? Did they take Eskridge?
Did they?
I saw Seahawks believe in the Maction, huh?
Maction.
Was it Eskridge? They have 3 picks in this draft. I mean, if they take Eskridge, I could see it. They got the best deep ball thrower in the league, one of the best deep ball throwers I've ever seen. And
I feel like
that's
pretty high up there.
Mel has him as his second best available player left, dude.
Really?
Literally, or no, second behind Terrace Marshall. He has Dwayne Eskridge. Right? I don't see, and De'Ami Brown. Right? I don't see it. And Tutu Atwell. Christ, man, what are we doing here?
So let's see, who's Seattle going to take? They're saying it is Eskridge. Wow, they did? They did it? Dang, they took him high.
Yeah.
Wow.
Russell Wilson wants no line, and instead they gave him a Mac wide receiver.
I know. I mean, I was thinking Eskridge, like, ceiling would be the 3rd round.
He's fast. Like, don't get me wrong. He's a burner. Like, he was at the Senior Bowl,
No, he's
right?
really good. I got to watch him in person, and I came away really liking him a ton. Like, he's a really good player. Again, there's so many of these slot or smaller wide receivers that kind of have that similar skill set. So it just kind of felt like, you could push his value back a little bit, but maybe they just wanted to go get him.
Yeah, Eskridge, he's a burner. He's got
good.
Great speed, a little undersized. If I recall, he's like 5'9", I think. He's a little undersized, if I remember correctly.
No, I would have loved him for the 49ers. He's one of those wide receiver 3 archetypes that, like, I had fitting for us. Seattle,
for him, though. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It just feels a little early.
Yeah, but hey,
if you're looking at value, right? The value game, and you're playing that, I would say it was a bit of a reach. But if it turns out, then who cares, right?
Especially if you have Russell Wilson throwing him the ball, like, ultimately it doesn't matter. Like, Russell Wilson's so damn good that
exactly.
Man. There's a couple picks that have upset me today. I'm still a little upset Javonte went to the Broncos. I think Quinn Meinerz would have been a way better pick for them. I don't
So, like what Quinn said to us, right? He envisioned himself as more of a power guy.
Niners shifting towards power scheme now. Now it's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't view Aaron as just because of his size. I don't necessarily think that he's a power guy. Like, he has power, but he has the feet and the movement skills behind it that translate to zone scheme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So so that's what it looks like. He looks like the best of both worlds. He looks like one of those unicorns because typically, like, you look at Lake and Tomlinson, you look at his size, you look at how big he is as a guard. Typically, you wouldn't see him as a great natural fit in the zone, but he works it really well because he has really good ability to double and get to backer and get to the second level and work his footwork and all that kind of stuff. And that's the thing with this guy is he's huge, but he has the movement skills of someone who would fit perfect in a zone scheme. And that's the thing. Quinn said he was more power. So maybe I don't know.
Do you think the Chiefs? Somebody in the chat had a really good point. Do you think the Chiefs go Terrace Marshall here after the Rams?
That would be nice. That would be good for them.
And this is the hope that you get to as the 49ers. That obviously it's going to be really hard to think that anybody is at Patrick Mahomes' level. But if you have a quarterback that's just so good where you can just start taking flyers on receivers like that and just knowing that if they have speed and decent enough hands, like they're going to end up working out. Like I'm still shocked they took Mecole Hardman ahead of DK. Could you imagine how good Kansas City would be if they had DK, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce?
Right.
Rams have to go like I would guess they would have to go defense on this pick. I don't think they have really many holes on offense unless they go line maybe. Where's Ifietu gonna go, dude?
Oh, he's probably gonna go later, half of second, probably third.
That's pretty cool that a Bay Area guy got drafted by the Niners too, though. I'm not gonna lie, that's always a good story. I think. I know everybody wanted Najee, but I think the guard actually is a more at that value is way better than trading up picks to get Najee Harris.
Yeah, and especially like it looks like they grabbed a good one, so I'm okay.
God, he's just massive, dude. Tutu Atwell to the Rams. That's such a Rams pick. That's
in the second round?
We literally on the live, we talked about him the other day when somebody asked a question about Tutu, and I compared him to Tavon Austin. That's so funny. He goes to the Rams.
Yeah, you did. You did call Tavon Austin. That's crazy. In the second round.
So
wow.
funny.
So then Eskridge goes to the Seahawks. Tutu goes right after that. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what teams are getting scared off about Terrace Marshall, dude. I like them a lot. I thought there were some people talking about how he could be a first-round pick.
Right.
I don't think it's quite the same as DK falling, but you might get the same kind of situation where he's just a really good player and he ends up falling.
Yeah, he's just a really smooth wide receiver.
I'm just sitting here thinking about an alternate universe where the Niners took Mac Jones and they took Asante Samuel Jr., and I'm like so happy that we're not living in that reality.
I know. Like, it's not the big home run that we wanted in the second, but I think it's going to wind up just being a pick that it's going to grow on us for sure. I mean, it's already grown up.
We'll watch more for sure. I'll do I think I have Notre Dame tape on my drive, but I'll check and see. I'll reach out to my tape people and see if I can get some. But yeah, it'll be a fun breakdown to do. I mean, I'll sit and listen while you do it, but it'll be fun to watch and hear your thoughts on it. Yes, Felton to the Niners. I would love Felton on that. I love Demetric Felton so much. My guy Jake Schultz is the guy that put me on him in like December, I think. He was the first guy to show me Felton, and I would love Demetric Felton.
Yeah, we got a big old hog, boy. Oh yeah.
God, God, I can't wait to watch Trey Lance run some design runs and what they cook up. Or one of those plays where it's like he does that stutter step, like he's going to do a draw or design QB run, and they end up throwing that. Like, he had a couple plays on tape like that, and they end up just throwing to a guy leaking out of the backfield or leaking out of that inline tight end spot. Like, it's going to be really fun to watch what Kyle Shanahan. I'm excited. I woke up today and I honestly kind of had to I'm like, wow, the Niners have a franchise quarterback with tools now. Like, I was
Right.
very excited, dude. And it was almost like I didn't want to say, did I dream this? But I woke up and I was very excited. Like, wow, this actually happened, dude. Like, yes. So now it's going to get interesting too. The next 30 pictures. I think Brevin Jordan's still in play for them too. It would be really cool to see them add another tight end. Oh, Luke, you are the love of my life, dude. I love you more than words can describe. I see my guy in the chat, dude. 49ers legend, Luke Keck. My number 1 draft pick.
Number one overall.
I got Eli Manning by Rich Madrid, so I'm taking Luke Keck instead.
He said he wanted
Nick Bolton to the Chiefs.
Oh, Nick Bolton. Okay. I mean, local kid. Local to Kansas City. I mean,
yeah. I see a question on YouTube about Michael Carter. I like Michael Carter a lot. I think he has the best feet of any running back in the class. Like, he's just, when I watch him, his footwork is impeccable. He is very shifty, side to side, has good gap recognition, and he can catch the ball. So he's somebody that if they were still there at 102 and the Niners took him, I'd be fine. If they moved up and they felt great about taking him, I'd be totally okay with it, especially now that they do have another pick. They could package 102 and 117, and guess what? They're still picking at 121 because of that trade back with Oakland. So they're in a great position right now. But I do like Michael Carter a lot. I think he's very good. Javonte Williams was my number 1 running back in the class. I thought Javonte was the clear-cut best running back in this draft. But Michael Carter, the reason why Javonte didn't have a lot more carries was because Michael Carter was so good. They were able to have this 1-2 punch, and he was very effective with the touches he got.
Yeah, big time.
Ooh, I see some Chaz Surratt love on the IG. I like Chaz. That's Brad's guy.
Did he go?
No, they're just saying for the Niners. Does that make sense? That's a guy I would trade up for without question. He's
all
former quarterback too.
All the Fred Warner vibes in the world when I watch
former QB too. The intelligence to understand what's going on for having played the other side of the ball.
Yep.
But
still raw. Still has time to develop.
Him and Fred next to one, that would be nice.
Him and Fred would be insane.
Ooh, Jabril Cox too. I love Jabril Cox, dude. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I honestly would, if he was still there, get another Bison on the team, dude. Let's go. Pipeline all the talent from North Dakota State.
Right.
Yeah, get him on the team. I love Jabril Cox is I love him, dude. I had him mocked in the second round a few times for the Niners. I like him a lot.
He has really good traits.
He can play. I just want guys that can cover. I figure out the other stuff. I want guys that can cover, and Jabril Cox can cover. Chaz Surratt can cover.
He would absolutely be best suited in coverage.
Oh boy, we're reaching the point where people are adding John Lynch on Twitter and telling him to trade up for players. This is where the draft gets really fun.
Yeah, right.
So who's falling? Is anybody else that's still falling? Amari Rodgers is nice. I like Amari Rodgers. I think that If he's there at like 121 or 117, it'd be interesting to think about. I'm not as big on Shi Smith, honestly. I really like Jalen Darden. He's a guy I would really like right there. I like Daz Newsome from North Carolina. I think you could probably even get him in the 5th round. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. No, not at all. I like him a lot. I think that Amari Rodgers is good. Cornell Powell is the guy I keep coming back to with Clemson, though, because he reminds me of Anquan Bolden. Like, the dude's just massive. Like, I would bet purely just on the physical size and strength of the guy, especially after watching DK bully the NFC West the last couple of years. Like, figure everything else out later. He's massive. See, Paulson Adebo, like I like him. He's good. If I'm taking Pac-12 quarterbacks, I'm taking either of the Oregon guys first. I like Lenore and Graham a little bit better, but as a Cal guy, I'll give Stanford guys love when they deserve it. I think Adebo's pretty good.
I just when I watch his tape, there's a lot of things. Like, I felt like his traits were really good.
Mm-hmm.
He got beat a lot.
Inconsistent, yeah. That was Stanford's entire team. Him, Davis Mills, Walker Little, Fehoko. Right. Like, their whole team was like, hey, I like this, but you're not doing it frequently enough. Yeah. It's kind of weird. But you know what? That's the other school in the Bay Area. We don't,
That's it, right. It's the other school.
The other school. So this is a Cal channel.
Right.
Terrace Marshall to Carolina is what I'm seeing in the chat. I wonder if that's true. Yeah, it's a good pick. Damn. So they got him, and they have DJ Moore.
He went to –
and Robbie Anderson, Carolina. Darnold's got weapons.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
Did Carolina trade back? How do they even have that pick?
So this is cool. This is a cool quote from Aaron Banks, from Cam Inman. He says, because, he's from Alameda. So he went to high school in Alameda. He says, it's insane. It's funny because all my high school coaches are here and everyone is a 49er fan and wearing gear. They point to the TV, the place erupted, and it was insane. This is the best moment of my life.
Let's go. Let's go, AB. We got our own AB now.
Oh, we got our own AB. Let's go.
Oh, so Carolina traded up for Terrace Marshall. Yeah, because I was like, how the hell did they get that pick?
All right, let's go. Okay, so let's see how far until the 49ers.
Ooh,
they're a ways away.
You want to hear a good quote? Aaron Banks, I hurt people. That's my job, basically.
Ooh. We like that. We love that.
That reminds me of like the big guy from Happy Gilmore with the like guns don't kill people, I kill people shirt. Like same energy. Same vibes.
Let's go.
He's basically Javon Kinlaw playing. Yeah, I think somebody in the chat saying it too. He's basically Javon Kinlaw playing offensive tackle or not tackle guard. Like same size, same build.
Yep.
Like,
exactly.
Like he's an inch taller too. Same weight basically, and an inch taller. That's crazy.
Let's go. So I like that. I mean, keep saying it over and over again. I love the pick. All right. Post finally made. That took forever. All right. So 49ers don't pick for a while unless they trade up, right? Because they're still at 102 if they stay put, which is basically at the end of the third. All right. Done posting for a little while. That was a long post. It's hard to multitask sometimes. All right, so how are we feeling? Jordan, how you feeling now? Second round's almost over. Fortunately, we didn't get some of the prospects that we were hoping for. No Trevon Moehrig. They trade back, get the guard. Are we feeling okay? We feeling better?
Yeah. I like the pick. I think that it's more about the unknown. I need to get in and I need to watch this guy because I haven't watched that much because I didn't think the Niners would take a guy that big personally, just because it didn't seem like a fit. But with Trey Lance, it makes a lot of sense, and it would be something that would be fun to watch and check out. But I'm definitely not as if they took Asante Samuel Jr., I would have been so upset, dude. I would have been very upset. Like it would. I'm very glad they didn't. I think that Aaron Banks will end up being a much better value than Asante Samuel Jr. would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. I'm really liking the pick. I've just been watching. Now I'm watching the Clemson game. He has great feet, great hips, great hands, great leverage. He could anchor a little bit more. He does a good job of staying in front of his guys in pass pro. When he gets pushed back a little bit, but not to the point where like he's out of control. He just not anchoring as well. But he still does a good job of staying in between him and the quarterback. So
apparently Bleacher Report's crapping all over the Banks pick, but honestly, if you hey, whatever, absorb whatever content you want. But Bleacher Report has been nothing but entertainment. Bleacher Report's like the National Enquirer of sports reporting to me, and that's across all sports: baseball, basketball. Like I don't know how they even have a platform, truthfully, with some of the stuff they put out. So. With all due respect to whoever gave that grade and wrote that article, that I wouldn't let that affect my opinion of the pick at all. Bleacher Report is terrible, dude. Like
who'd that come from? Like who actually?
I don't know, I'm about to go check it. I'm about to go check it right now because
who graded that?
We defend our guy. He's a new guy, but we defend our guys around these parts.
because so far everything I've seen from him makes a lot of sense. But it's also, I understand it. People have a really hard time dealing with interior offensive linemen. They just don't. It's really hard for people to understand the position. So how can anyone grade it properly? Like just what he just did now. He did a double team. Linebacker came up, instantly got off the block, picked up the linebacker. Textbook. I like him, man.
And then their reasoning is that it doesn't fit Kyle's scheme, and that's exactly why, like, Bleacher Report is such a joke to me. Because you're gonna tell,
doesn't know what they're talking about.
You're gonna tell the coach who made the pick that it doesn't fit his own scheme, and he doesn't know what he's doing with the player that he went out and targeted, and that's your reasoning, like.
And that's funny because so the post that I made, like, I talked about, like, who he is, and the first thing I said is Aaron Banks is a great fit for Kyle Shanahan's scheme. Screw you, Bleacher Report.
And you know what happens? Yeah, Bleacher Report sees a guy that's 6'6", 330 and is like,
exactly.
Oh, well.
And they're like, well, how does that work? How does that work? Oh, my God, this dude's a mauler, man. That's the thing. I would agree. Like, we both looked at it and we're like, whoa, he's really big. Because, like, again, we understand what goes into needing to be a zone run blocker. But that's what we're saying. He has the size and the movement. The movement's what's essential. And if you can be that big and move that good at that size, I mean, the base is beautiful. His feet never come together. He's solid, man. He's so solid. He's so solid. Bleacher Report, call me. I'll start grading your offensive line.
That's crazy, dude. Oh, Boogie Basham to the Bills, too. I don't know if you saw that already.
That's such a Bills pick.
Mm-hmm. Man, they got an edge. I was thinking that they really lacked. It was so weird. The Bills had this great defense in 2019, and the offense was kind of so-so. And then the defense was just kind of meh, and then their offense went crazy. One thing I like about the Bills, they've talked about a lot. I know the guys at PFF have brought it up a lot. They literally dare teams to run the football on them because they're like, running the ball is so inefficient over the course of 60 minutes compared to throwing that we're going to invite you to run the ball against us while we do everything in our power to drop 5-6 in coverage, take away throwing lanes, and they literally invite teams to run the ball against them. And they actually had a decent amount of success basically daring teams to run the ball against them by throwing out nickel and dime looks almost every time they took the field on defense. Like, it's a pretty interesting strategy, I think, if you like really break it down. But they didn't have good edge rushers. I think AJ Epinesa was like their, and then they signed Quentin Jefferson. He was okay. They had another edge guy. I forgot the hell the guy's name is. But I like that they're addressing edge because that's a good team. They really just needed a couple edge players.
So Angelic Ambition put up Aaron Banks' zone blocking grade. Now, again, I as an offensive lineman, I feel like I have to say this. Take PFF's offensive line grades with a grain of salt, but still, Aaron Banks' zone blocking grade was an 87.2, which is pretty darn good. So, and like I said, the tape is backing it up. The tape is backing it up. Yeah, I don't know how you can say he's not a fit because you can't judge him just off his size. You cannot judge him solely off of his size. I'm enjoying watching this. So the Packers go center.
Who'd they take? Don't say it.
No, Josh Myers out of
Ohio State. The guy that was I remember we were watching Justin Fields, and you were like, "Yo, this guy gets down." Like,
yeah,
I remember watching. Yeah, when we were watching Justin Fields,
yeah,
one day.
I was like,
that was your guy.
He was he's really good on the board. Duke threw him up on the board, and then they're going over protections. I was listening to the way Myers was talking, and I was like, wow, he's talking about something so complex, but he's making it so easy to understand. So not only did he understand the complexity of what the defense was trying to do to him, but he could then explain it to the rest of these offensive linemen in a way. Look, one of his traits was excellent football intelligence. And I saw him on the board and I was like, oh my gosh, this dude is smart. And I DM'd Duke and I was like, dude, this dude's one of the smartest offensive linemen you got, don't you? And he's like, yep. I was like, and then we saw some of the clips where he's dropping some dudes and really good protections and seeing where the stunts were coming from and being able to pick it up pre-snap. I liked him a lot. I didn't think he was going to be a second-round guy, honestly. I didn't think third, maybe fourth, but wow. That's the thing. It's really hard to judge value after, like, mid-second round, third round.
So here we go. So that should wrap up the second round. Is almost wrapped up, right? Where are we at? This is the last pick? No, Tampa Bay is the last pick.
Creed Humphrey's still on the board. He was supposed to be regarded as the best center in this class. He's still available.
Would they go interior line twice, though?
I would be shocked. It would have to be a situation where that it would be best available on the board. Like if Creed fell to the end of the third, and based on how their board stacked, and
nope, Chiefs just took him. Literally, right as those words came out of your mouth, Creed Humphrey to the Chiefs.
Creed Humphrey to the Chiefs.
I like them better as a pass protector. Yeah, I like that better. To me, he seemed like he'd be way better fit as a pass protector too than a guy that's going to be in a run-oriented scheme. I never thought the fit was there for the Niners, but it's a great fit for Kansas City. He's a lefty too. He's a southpaw. You don't see too many southpaw centers.
Oh, really? I didn't pick that up.
Yeah, I'm almost positive he's a lefty. If I remember correctly, I didn't watch too much of him because, again, I saw him. I'm like, I don't think he's a fit for the Niners. So let's see. Show his hands. Yeah, I think, he's a lefty.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever come across that, to be perfectly straightforward.
Yeah, you never see left-handed centers, dude. It's like a left-handed shortstop.
I don't know if I've ever come across
left-handed.
Yeah, as a player myself, I don't know if I've ever noticed that. Yeah, there's that left hand. That's crazy. I wonder
this
how
is
that.
The kind of
oh,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say this is the kind of insight you get from me. If you want to know what hand your center is and how rare it is to have a left-handed center, you come here. I got you guys. This is what my hours of analysis will bring you. This guy in fact is left-handed. Center. In case you couldn't see for your own, I will help you guys out and help you identify as the left-handed center.
Oh man. Yeah, bro, you gotta call your film plug and get some.
Oh, I'm reaching out immediately for
Notre Dame tape.
That Aaron Banks tape, yeah.
Yeah. AB, come on down. Oh, guess who the Bucks are taking?
Oh God.
You want to guess?
Oh God.
Do you see it already?
No, but
The successor is in the building now.
No way. Did they take Kellen Mond?
Nope.
Kyle Trask?
Yep.
No way. Oh my God, dude. No.
Yeah. The successor is in the building. Dude, honestly though, like you think about Bruce Arians and he likes big arm quarterbacks. You go back to Carson Palmer.
I don't think he has a big arm though. I think he has a terrible arm though. That would be my argument. Like
I don't think Trask has an accurate arm, but I think he can throw it. That's always been my evaluation is he can just throw the damn thing up there. I just don't feel like he's ultra accurate with it.
I don't know. Like, I think Kyle Pitts bailed him out so many times where he just did the same. They
that's
ran
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
fade route because it was one of the only balls he could
Right.
throw.
All he
like,
would do is just throw it up, and then all his guys would bail him out. Trevon Grimes, I'm a big Trevon Grimes guy, and when I watched him at the Senior Bowl, like he proved to me that he's not going to separate from really anyone with his route running ability. He's always going to be completely covered. But if you threw it up to Trevon Grimes is coming down with the ball. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
He finds a way. And so when you have Pitts, Trevon Grimes, Kadarius Toney, plus Gamble, the backup tight end, they had so many weapons on that Florida offense. It was insane. Oh, man. I just like the subtle things in Aaron Banks' game. Like, so one of the big things with being an offensive lineman is you try to get your hands inside. There are certain times when you can get a little bit outside, but especially in pass pro, you're seeing him fight and his hands are outside and he's continuously trying to get them inside. And it's such a small little thing, but it's all the difference in the world because that comes from coaching, that's technique, that's all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like it. Now bring us Ifitu in the third. All right, so let's see. We're a few picks away. I mean, a lot of picks away. We're about 30 or so from the
30 picks away
on the clock.
Hey, but we could sit here and we could have a moment to celebrate whenever Washington's on the clock. We could just pretend that Trent Williams is the pick. And we could have the reaction to the Niners drafting the best left tackle in the league in the third round.
Right.
Yeah, the Jags have like 17 picks in this draft, dude. It's insane. Every other pick is the Jaguars picking somebody.
So let's see. What's our board looking like? Who's available? So, yeah, I mean, seeing Dwayne go as high, Dwayne Eskridge, that was a bit of a shocker seeing how high he went. Couple guys, man. Couple guys sliding, couple guys going early. Oh, Machine Gun Kelly. Eminem's son's calling in the pick, I guess. So let's see here. So based on the 49ers going, obviously, quarterback 3, trade back, and they go guard in the second. Barring any trade up into the third, who do you kind of see? What position do you think would be good value for the 49ers at the back end of the third? Do you think that would be a good time to maybe
corner wide receiver? Yeah, corner wide receiver for sure. I don't know how the hell is De'Ami Brown. So I would trade up for De'Ami Brown, dude. I like him a lot. I don't know how he's still
Terrace
there.
Went, right? Terrace went already. He went to
the Panthers, yeah.
The Panthers, that's right. So let's see. QB controversy. The Bucks take Trask. So Kellen Mond is still on the board, right? Is Kellen Mond still on the board? Can you hear me?
Yes, he's still on the board. My bad. Sorry, I got distracted. My apologies. Someone's trolling me. They got me.
I could tell. So, how do you feel about, looking back at Chris Sims' rankings? And you look at Chris Sims putting Kellen Mond above Trey Lance and Justin Fields. And here we are. Kyle Trask just goes off the board. Kellen Mond is still available. Looks like he's falling into – will definitely be a third-round pick at the very highest. What are your thoughts, looking back at those rankings?
I think the most telling was that he had Fields behind – the only guy that didn't get taken ahead of Fields that he had ahead of him was Mond, and that's just Chris Sims being Chris Sims. But Mac Jones went ahead of him. Wilson obviously went ahead of him. Lance went ahead of him.
Mac Jones went after Fields.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. But yeah, I think that he had a good idea about seeing something with Fields that a lot of people overlook. And again, that elbow, I kept telling people about that elbow, that those mechanics were not fluid in my opinion. And I think that's that, and then him holding the ball for a long time probably scared a lot of teams off. And I have no ill will towards Justin Fields. I don't have any personal vendetta against him. I can understand why he might not have been the pick. Like, everybody was so sure he would be the number 3 overall pick, and I just never felt that way, honestly.
Right. No, but when you're looking back at it and you saw him place Kellen Mond above Trey Lance, and
that was just like, I liked Kellen Mond,
and then of course Mac Jones ahead of all of them.
Yeah,
Mond,
that's just
Fields,
that's and hey, he's entitled to his own opinion. That's fine, but I just don't see what And I get like Mac Jones has a lot of things that you'd like about him, but I would have a hard time putting it, because again, you have to factor in the ceiling. You're not just putting in the player that's there now. You have to factor what they're going to turn into. I like Kellen Mond a lot. Kellen Mond has started for 4 years at a SEC school. He's never really had great weapons around him. He looked good. His biggest problem is that he's just too stiff, but he's a guy I would take in this range. I was a big Jamie Newman guy. Like, guys like Mond and Newman, you can take in this range and feel good, but Chris Sims is calling him a top 20 pick. And I'm like, dude.
Speaking of Mond, do we have Mond movement? Do we have Mond movement? We do.
Oh, no.
Do we tip it? Do we tip it?
I think we should, because I'm a little upset that they did take him.
Okay, then I want to hear it. Okay, so we're going to tip the pick. Kellen Mond has been selected by the Minnesota Vikings in the 3rd round.
They already have a top 10 quarterback. They already have a top 10 quarterback. Why the hell are you drafting a quarterback when you have a top 10 quarterback? Draft an offensive line. Drafted a defense around him. Like, Kellen Mond,
go off. Keep going.
The disrespect to Kirk Cousins is just, I am beside myself right now, truthfully. I cannot believe that Kirk Cousins is being treated this way. If I was running this team, I would never treat Kirk Cousins this way. He would have an offensive line that could block for him. He would have receivers that could catch the ball. I understand they already have Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. Guess what? Draft another one. Draft another offensive lineman. Draft an edge player. Draft a core. Draft anybody, but another core. Like, no, dude. No. When is Kellen Mond going to come in the next few years and take the job from Kirk Cousins, who's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? Like,
ooh, Andre Cisco just went off the board to the Jags.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It is disrespectful. Cousins is the GOAT, and the only other quarterback in the NFL who's better than him is Ryan Tannehill. Those guys, my guys are, and the Titans are at least going out, and they got him some protection. They drafted Radens. The Vikings took an O-line. Didn't the Vikings take Darisaw?
Yeah, it took Darisaw. So, and that was a good pick.
Should have taken another one. Should have taken another one.
Pick.
Should have taken another one.
Oh, look, Jordan, they're coming for your neck. Cousins is mediocre. React.
Check the numbers. Watch the tape.
React.
Watch the tape.
Ooh.
Kirk Cousins is dope, dude.
Argument over. Watch the tape. That's it.
Kirk Cousins, from an efficiency standpoint, has been a top 10 quarterback. You could argue skill-wise he's closer to top 15, but from an efficiency standpoint, he has literally been a top 10 quarterback since he entered the NFL.
Get that bozo.
I will stand Kirk Cousins until the end of time. And you know who else agrees with me? Kyle Shanahan. You guys might be familiar. You might be familiar with him.
Wait, who's that guy?
Christ, man. What are we even talking about here?
What are we even talking
Christ, dude.
Oh, so good. Watch the tape, man. Watch the tape. That's it. Watch the tape. Sorry, Aaron. I told you that we were gonna tip the pick. I told you we were gonna tip it because I needed to. It was perfect. We were just talking about Kellen Mond. We were talking about the rankings. We were talking about how Chris Sims ranked the rankings that literally shocked. Like, I've never seen anyone's rankings take over a media cycle like that ever. So what Chris Sims did was, I think, groundbreaking in the sense of how powerful when the right person does something like that, what can come of it and how you can literally change a narrative. So I just feel like it's been a pretty interesting situation watching this whole situation play out. But
I don't want to. I'm not going to tip the pick, but there's a rumor going around that there is a run on quarterbacks going right now.
Oh, so let's see. Trask went, Mond went. Then it would have to be Jamie Newman, I would assume.
No.
Or no. I misspoke. Davis.
You know who it is. Yep, Davis Mills, baby.
So where he go? Did he go to Houston?
Went to Houston, yeah.
Wow, I like that pick.
So they now have 3 quarterbacks on the roster.
I like the pick. Okay, so if Deshaun Watson is no longer going to be there, you again put yourself into Nick Casario's shoes. Nick Casario's with the Patriots. Nick Casario drafted Jimmy Garoppolo. So you look at Davis Mills, you look at Jimmy Garoppolo. I could see the similarities. Davis Mills didn't play a bunch. He needs some more experience. But I like Davis Mills as a quarterback. I like him better than Trask and Mond. So, but again, he just doesn't have the experience. He's been injured a little bit.
That was part of the reason why I didn't think the Niners, like, as much as I prepared for Mac Jones, but I had a hard time rationalizing because you could take Davis Mills in this area right here.
Right.
Even at 43, and you would be getting a player with a very similar upside. Well, Mac Jones might be more polished now, but long-term outlook, I would definitely see a range of outcomes where Davis Mills ends up being a better quarterback than Mac Jones is.
I could see that too. If you get him in the right system, doing the right stuff.
You know what's going to happen, actually? I didn't even think about this. So the Minnesota Vikings watched their division rival throw away a pick and waste a pick on a quarterback when they already had a top 10 quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. And what ended up happening, he had that MVP season. So maybe, I'm just running through the motions here, Minnesota's like, hey, we have a top 10 quarterback right now. Maybe we can turn him into a top 5 quarterback. We piss him off a little bit. We take Kellen Mond to light that fire under Captain Kirk.
Right. Man, I didn't even see Tart announce the pick now that I think about it.
You know what I will say, too, on Mond? Mond had, out of all the hours, hundreds of hours of tape that we watched, he had the nicest throw out of any quarterback that came out in this class, in my opinion. I think they played, like, Louisiana or someone. It was a smaller school, but he had that throw. That was nice, dude.
That's the thing. Like, he puts amazing throws on tape. He really does, but that's not the problem. And there's so much more to being a quarterback than just having a good throw every once in a while. It's the things in between the good throws. You've got to be consistent as a quarterback. I mean, that's literally the position you need to be most consistent with. And that's the thing. When I watched him at the Senior Bowl, it was just the most inconsistent thing I'd ever seen in my life. Oh, dude, it was so funny. So I was sitting in the end zone on the scout side, and I believe it was Jamie Newman, it was Mac Jones, and Kellen Mond. And you know where they put the trash can at the back pylon, and they're probably about 25 yards out, and they try and do the whole bucket. They try and hit it in the bucket. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when they're trying to basically, just drop it in the trash can, it's like they're trying to hit it in the trash can. It was the worst thing I'd ever seen. No one could hit it. Look, Focus was on the live. He was watching it. I had it live, and we were watching them all trying to just drop it in this bucket. A coach walks over after probably 20 tries by each quarterback and goes, bink, and drops it right in. And we're just watching Newman, Mond, and Mack just look like straight dookie. I'm like, let me out there. I was like, I could go make that shot. I have a good enough arm that from where they're throwing it, I could drop it in the bucket, guaranteed. And but it was a joke because we were sitting there for probably about 15 to 20 minutes watching those three quarterbacks try and throw a ball into a trash can, and they could not do it. It was embarrassing, man.
Hey, I'm Mond Hive till the end, baby. I'm with Focus. It's Mond Hive out here. I'm with them. I'm with them till the end, dude.
The Mond Hive started right here. We started that hive, man. We started as a troll, and it worked. And then Sims caught on, and it caught fire after that. But I'll never forget that. I'll never forget sitting in that end zone and watching those three quarterbacks trying to throw a football into a trash can and not come remotely close. I don't even know if they ever made one. I can't remember if they actually ever made one in. It was sad. It was. I felt depressed for them. But let's go. So let's see. So you're thinking cornerback at the back half of the third?
I'm thinking corner or receiver. I'm thinking that, and if Brevin Jordan's still there, I think Brevin Jordan is absolutely the pick at 102, or they might move up to get him. I think the Niners like Brevin Jordan a lot, and I think that he's a guy that they will end up taking if he's around.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's going to be so many good wide receivers likely available. Maybe a Tylan Wallace, Amari Rogers, Demetric Felton seeming like he is going to be available as well. Let's see here. Who else? Have you watched much of Shakur Brown at all?
A little bit. I'm a Michigan State guy, so I like anybody who's repping Sparty, but I haven't admittedly watched too much.
I watched a little bit of him, and I kind of liked what I saw. I mean, I like him as kind of a later round prospect, but I like what I saw. Ooh, so this is a guy I want, honestly. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, Dyami Brown's still on the board?
Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on with him, man.
Dyami Brown's still on the
board.
Like
him a lot.
I like Amon-Ra St. Brown a lot.
Yeah, he's somebody I could see the Niners taking.
Michael Carter. If the 49ers do want it, we talked about the Barmore situation. Have you watched any Alim? So in this, I tried to talk about him the other day, but I forgot his name. Alim McNeil, the defensive tackle from North Carolina State.
I haven't watched enough of him now.
He's someone that I like that kind of reminded me had some of the same skill set as Barmore. If they wanted to, push that value down the line, he could be someone that I could see fitting in there for the 49ers. Weaver hasn't gone off the board yet, right? The Pitt defensive end, he's still available.
Asai just came off the board.
Oh, really?
Cincinnati, yeah, at 69.
Nice. Ronnie Perkins is still on the board.
Ronnie Perkins is falling is kind of surprising, I thought. And then again, that's another thing where it's, teams will always value players differently than like we do or the media does.
They have so much more information that goes into it. Off-field,
yeah, they have a lot of medical stuff is so important.
Medical's the biggest one. Yeah, the medical's the biggest one that it's so hard to project.
Do you like Jamar Johnson out of Indiana? He's another guy that I was intrigued by. Like,
he reminds me of Cisco.
okay.
Like that's who he kind of reminded me of. Like I didn't watch a ton of him. I'm not gonna I didn't say I studied him, but my first impression wasn't the greatest. I felt like he would come off tackles a lot and do things like that. But he looked like he had good traits. Like he looked like a good traits guy. But my first impression wasn't like, at least when he was being talked about, almost like an early second round. You know, if he's like a fourth round guy, I could buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even realize Javon Holland went super early in the second. Dude, Elijah Molden is still on the board?
Yeah, dude, what the hell is going on? What the Christ, man?
That's your guy.
I thought he would be a higher pick than that, man. That's if he's still there at 102. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I would run sprint to the board. Ooh, we got a goat on the stage right now. Anthony Munoz is doing the pick for Cincinnati.
Oh, there you go.
One of the best linemen of all time.
Jalen Mayfield, tackle, went from Michigan, went to Atlanta.
At 70?
Yeah, or 68.
Okay, so we're at 60. I wish they wouldn't tip these picks, man.
Right. But I watched Jalen Mayfield. I watched him as well. He's okay. I think this value is appropriate for him. He's decent.
There's really wide receiver is the only position, and tight end. Wide receiver and tight end are the only positions I'm looking at where, like, this season, these guys will go out and they will make a immediate impact on the team right away. Week one, they could be out there getting significant reps. Everywhere else, just depth, or you're in a position where you're getting these guys prepared and sort of having them learn for a year or so, and not thrust them out into a prominent role immediately. So.
What are your thoughts on? Have you watched Trey McKitty much?
I don't think he's very good, honestly. Like, I admittedly, and again, I'm not trying to. I never like sitting here and saying, like, there's people's dreams are being made, and these guys are all going to be NFL athletes and making money to play a game that like. Who am I to sit here and say Trey McKitty isn't very good? If you're asking me my opinion, yes. Like, I don't think Trey McKitty's very good, too.
That's what I wanted to hear.
6th or 7th round, maybe.
Exactly.
But
he looks like he's playing tight end because he's too slow to play wide receiver, kind of a thing. So he looks like he could be, a move tight end. But honestly, not much more than that. I don't see him translating to being a good blocker, which isn't going to get you on the field very much. And if you're basically just like a slow wide receiver at that point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Carolina is about to announce the pick.
The Eagles have four 6th-round picks tomorrow. That's insane.
That is crazy.
How is that?
Brady Christensen off the board to Carolina. Nice.
That's a good pick.
That's
High character guy.
For him.
I remember thinking that's who the Niners, when they went to go watch Zach Wilson, it was like, surprise, surprise. They're actually going to watch Brady Christensen to replace Trent Williams if he walks.
Right. Let's go, Niners. Trade up. They don't need to, though, but that would be fun. Let's see. Have you watched much of Josh Palmer out of Tennessee?
No, I know David really likes him. I haven't had a chance to watch him too much. I know he dominated against Georgia, and Georgia had 2 corners that went in the first 33 picks. So they essentially had 2 first-round. I mean, no one's technically a second-round pick, but they essentially had 2 first-round talented core, especially considering some of the stupid picks that got made in the first round. So I think Campbell certainly was a first-round talent. So, yeah, Josh Palmer, he had some good stuff on tape.
He does, yeah.
There's just other guys I like better that I would take first. He's not bad in the slightest.
Yeah, he's not bad. I wouldn't say he's bad either. Like, he's not like a guy that I watch and was like, oh, I don't like him. I think he's a good wide receiver, but I agree with you. I think there's other wide receivers that you can get a little bit more out of the traits. He's not a super tradey guy, if that's even a word. But I think there's upside with other wide receivers, especially in that range. Yeah, I'm excited to do some breakdowns on this guy. Wait. Oh.
What happened?
This is what – so Mayoko scared me. I thought the 49ers traded, but this is the pick that they traded to get Trent Williams.
Okay, yeah. You thought they traded Trent Williams?
I thought we traded into the third or something wild. I only saw part of the tweet. I was like, oh, we're back. Action. But Aaron Robinson goes off the board to the Giants, UCF cornerback.
Oh, okay.
Dang, it's already been 2 hours since we made our draft pick.
I know, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. It doesn't feel like it's – I think it's just because we're not stressed, man. You know, again, this would have been – imagine how
we're living easy right now.
Imagine how terrible this weekend would have been if we had to justify McCorkle-Jones. Like,
if we had to sit here for the last 3 hours because all we would be talking about would be McCorkle. That's it. Do you see that video of him walking out to the stage and the way everyone was clowning him? Did you see that?
Who, Mac? Oh, yeah, the walk that he did, dude. Yeah, that was so bad. Dude. Like, who walks like that, dude? Like,
who walks like that, man? That dude got roasted for no reason. Honestly, if the media never said Mac Jones at 3, Mac Jones would have not been this like running joke. But I feel like they completely ruined him.
Yeah, I want to feel bad for the guy, but he also threw so much shade on the 49ers after. Like, I don't really care anymore. Like, whatever, bro. Like,
yeah, I don't care. I'm excited, though, the next time we play the Patriots because I think there's going to be a little there's the boy I was talking about, Alim McNeil.
Did he go?
Yeah, he just went to where did he go? Detroit? Yeah, I like that pick. I thought he would have been a really fun guy to plug right there in the middle next to Javon. He's got really good movement skills for his size.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a baseball player too. Look at that. Don't see big guys playing baseball like that too often. I like that pick though for the Lions. I think that's a really good pick. Can we talk about how Wyatt Davis is still there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you remember, Wyatt Davis was injured in one of the bowl games, if I'm not mistaken. I think I don't remember the exact injury. I believe it was pretty significant, though.
Oh, St. Juice off the board, too. How did I miss that?
Mula Mess. Small world, we used to be neighbors in Ruby Hill. Are you
did Milton come off the board?
Messenger? We have the best war room. Everyone else looks so bad. Grant Messenger, hell yeah, bro. I remember you. That's a while. Throwback neighbor, let's go. That was years ago. That's so funny. Small world, man. Reunited with old neighbors through Instagram. That's funny. Hope you're doing well, brother. Dude, Quinn's still on the board?
Yeah, he is.
Milton Williams, DN, Louisiana Tech. 49ers are on the clock at 102, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys want to talk about Shaka Toney? I can talk about Shaka Toney. I feel like Shaka Toney, if he came out the year before, I believe he was a junior. I believe he's a senior this year. He would have gone much higher if he went out the year before. But the Penn State program had a really hard time this year. I think they only played 5 games. They were pretty affected by the COVID situation. Based on what I've heard from Shaka Toney, the way he talked about that situation, they were a lot different than other organizations. They really were strict about how they handled it. Oh, no, there goes St. Juice.
Yeah.
Benjamin
High, dude, he was getting mocked at like 180 at the beginning, dude. Like,
yeah, ever since I saw him at the Senior Bowl, he seemed like a third-round guy to me.
go up and get Molden.
Seriously, I'm surprised. Diami, again, there's some guys still available. My boy Fitu, Quinn, Chris Rumpf, edge out of Duke, I really like a lot. Let's see, who else? I can't believe oh, no, he's off the board. No, we went through that situation already. Jabril Cox is still on the board, your boy. Tylen, Trey Smith. Spencer Brown, decent tackle, super big. Trained with Joe Staley as well. But I don't see the 49ers going back-to-back offensive line. I'd be hyped if they went Divine Diablo.
Dude, if Yami Brown is still – I mean, we're still like 20-something picks away, so it's kind of trade up season.
There's still good there's still good guys out there, man. Like, you're still getting good talent right here.
Man.
Like, Benjamin St. Juste, like, I love that pick, dude.
That's crazy that pick is with the Niners' original pick, too.
Oh, that is crazy. All right, who is Dallas going to take? Let's see. I want to start seeing the teams.
It seems like they're actually getting kind of back to like the pick's not getting tipped as much, but it's obnoxious that they literally have a commercial between every single pick, dude. Like,
hey, they're in the money-making business. Just wish they'd figure out a different way to make money. Just let the thing roll. See, I like, it's hard. You remember when it used to be all rounds on one day on the Saturday? You remember that? That was fun, dude. I'm not going to lie.
12 hours.
You just sit there on the couch all day, just eating food and just watching names get called. It was great. Those were the times. But now they figured out, wait, we can make way more money if we make it 2 primetime days, and then we'll just have the later rounds.
Day 3 for the people like us that are actually going to tune in and probably watch every single pick on day 3.
Exactly. And we'll be totally locked in. So far for the Cowboys, first round at pick 12, Micah Parsons, linebacker. We both talked about how that was a bit of a surprise, based on who they currently have, Jalen Smith, Van Der Esch, both 2 really good linebackers. But now they got 3 solid ones. Maybe that speaks more to how they view the future of one of those linebackers. I believe Jalen Smith recently got extended, so maybe it's more about Van Der Esch or just replacing Lee, who retired. So now they're about to pick. You can see him clapping. Jerry Jones, the Jones boys. Jalen Smith is trending down. I know he does have injury concerns. Let's see who they're going to pick. Oh. Oh, Osa. I like that pick. So when we talked to Quinn and we asked Quinn who was one of the defensive linemen that he played against at the Senior Bowl that gave him really good work, and he said Osa. He said Osa was a good challenge to go against. So Osa goes off the board to Dallas, beefing up the trenches. I like it. And now New Orleans is on the clock. See what New Orleans draft is looking like up until now. Oh. What I do know, though, about this draft and how long we've been sitting is I need to upgrade my chair.
I'm telling you, dude, I got the great one on Amazon for like $60, I think, something like that. It was a pain in the ass to set up, but it was worth the money, dude.
It's doing you good?
I got rotational ability. I can lean back in it. I'm
He's out here bobbing and sweaving. Swerving. Sweaving's a new scouting term. So
looks like Paulson Adebo came off the board too. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did he?
Yeah, to the Saints.
To the Saints. All right. So the Saints have gone defense, and they've gone all 3 levels. So in the first round with pick 28, they went Peyton Turner, defensive end, out of Houston. In round 2, they went Pete Werner, a linebacker out of Ohio State. And in round 3, Paulson Adebo goes off the board. Okay, that was actually higher than I anticipated. But okay, that makes sense. Did you happen to hear the chat between Cam Jordan and Aqib Talib when they were talking about the Peyton Turner pick? It was pretty funny because they were doing like some Bleacher Report show, and of course, Cam Jordan is a defensive end for the Saints, and they're basically like, Aqib was talking about how he didn't like the pick, like it was a bad pick, and then Cam Jordan is obviously on the team and has this guy who's about to be in his room, and you could tell that he didn't like the pick, but he was trying to not like make it dead on arrival or seem like it was like a bad pick. He's like, oh, well, it's okay pick. You know, he's going to come in. He's going to be okay. It was all right. And Aqib was like, man, it's not a good pick. That's one of those picks where this guy comes in for a couple of years, you teach him everything you know, and then he takes your job. I was like, oh, man, he wasn't lying. He called it like it was. But you could tell Cam didn't like the pick. And he wasn't going to say it, though. You know, Cam wasn't going to say it because that's his teammate now. But Aqib made it clear that was a bad pick.
He doesn't hold, but he's a great he does great analysis. I liked him a lot when he was in the booth last year. I vibe with what he was bringing to the table.
Heck yeah, dude. I like him too. When he started snatching Crabtree saying, dude, I'm not going to lie, I became a big fan of mine. Not that I have anything against Crabtree. I just don't like how it ended with Crabtree. And so to kind of see how that whole situation played out, I was all for it.
Josh Palmer to the Chargers. Wow. And Tommy Brown's still on the board, and Josh Palmer's going ahead of him.
Josh Palmer went to the Chargers ahead of Miami?
Dude. Yeah, dude. I don't know what's going on with the – there has to be something there that teams aren't liking because he was –
What are we talking, man?
This is going to be like when Chris Godwin fell to like the late third round. The Bucs were able to snatch him up. Yeah.
I remember that. Aaron, not only Godwin, but before him, why am I blanking on his name? Chicago wide receiver Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson, yeah, or Keenan Allen was a third round pick.
Third rounder,
right? Yeah. Well, he had character concerns. So
who? Keenan?
Not character concerns, but he had the weed stuff coming out. I don't think smoking weed's a character concern. Remember, he had the dirty drug test. I'm pretty sure right before the combine.
Oh, did he?
I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive Keenan Allen got in trouble for smoking weed when he was at Cal, which is obnoxious as hell. But you know.
Let the man live. He's in the Bay.
Let me check. I'm going to double check on that because I don't want to be putting out false information.
Oh, dang. Good.
Yeah, he tested dirty at the combine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So they tagged him as character concern.
Exactly. In 2013, in the 21st century.
Super slow 40.
40, yeah.
That was it. When he ran the slow 40, I forgot about the drug test. I completely forgot about that. So, all right. It's in the chat. The Vikings take Chaz Sarah. Dang. I would have loved Chaz in the third round for the 49ers. I talk about it all the time. Chaz just – you look at Fred Warner at BYU and the way he was all over the place. You know, Fred played multiple different roles when he was at BYU. He played safety. He played off the edge. He played in the nickel. He played out linebacker. He was this really tweener-like type player who was really good. But there wasn't like a defined fit, like where you would want to put him. And when I watched Chaz, I got a lot of those same vibes. I got a lot of the same vibes. The sideline to sideline speed. It is top notch. The way he shoots the gap, beautiful. But Chaz is a raw player and has the ability, I think, to have a similar trajectory as Fred Warner. And I think he lands in a good spot with Zimmer, to be honest. I think, a defensive-minded head coach, I like it. I like the pick here. I think it's really, really good. Good size, man. He's only going to get bigger and grow into his frame a little bit more. So I like that.
That's a good pick. So Oakland's on the board now, right?
Yep, Oakland's on the board. Yeah, I think Chaz is going to be a successful football player in the NFL.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
So let's see. So the Vikings draft stacks so far. Christian Darrisaw in the first. They didn't have a second-round pick. And then they go – oh, wow. Oh,
That's great.
They have 4 3-rounders, third-rounders?
You probably have some compensatory picks.
Is that – oh,
yeah. Because I know they gave that second up for Yannick Ngakoue last year.
Oh, that's right.
Which at the time seemed like a good value.
Right, and Yannick's on the Raiders too, right?
The Raiders.
The autumn wind is a Raider. Oh yeah, that's right. So this is how the Minnesota Vikings draft stacked so far. Darrisaw in the first, Kellen Mond in the third, Chaz Surratt in the third. I forgot about the Kellen Mond pick.
I don't see how they have Ramondre Stevenson ahead of guys like Chuba and Jamar Jefferson. I don't know how De'Ami Brown's still on the board, too. Something ain't right. Somebody's got it. The Raiders should take him right here, honestly. They need more receivers.
Yeah, that would be a good pick. Who was the wide receiver that they had that got hurt? Came from the Chargers. They cut him recently. Tyrell Williams. Yeah. Tyrell Williams. Dominic has some Tyrell Williams vibes a little bit. Let's see what they got. Are we going to laugh or are we going to cry? Man, I can't believe we gifted them Trevon Moehrig, man.
I'm a little upset about that still.
And that's on us. We gifted them that pick. We allowed them to come up and go get him. We said, okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little upset about that. Yeah, Elijah's still on the board. De'Ami's still on the board are my biggest surprises. Quinn, I'm not as surprised. I think teams might be a little hesitant about his just meteoric rise where he kind of came out of nowhere. I can understand that, but
right, so can I.
Molden's been the best slot corner in the country for 2 years by all measures, and he's still that's weird to me. I would like to see them trade up.
I mean, that is a surprise. I wonder if they're targeting safety in later rounds.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Jamie Sherwood from Auburn is a guy. I'm throwing that out there so I can come back and be like, I told you so.
Shoot your shot. Yeah.
I think that I'm going to say it into the IG camera and the YouTube one. Jamie Sherwood to the Niners at one of those picks they have at 102, 117, and 121. That's my guess. How did the Raiders end up with back-to-back picks? Who did they get a third-round pick for? Oh, from the Cardinals for what's his name? Hudson.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that trade.
Yeah.
That was a super underrated trade for the Cardinals. Hey, the Cardinals are getting better. They're getting better.
They got a good team, dude. They have a good team.
They got to get good old Cliff to do his job and call the right plays and get everyone in the right spot, and they might have a shot.
Offensive genius, Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah. savant. The offensive.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Niners detail. Let's go. Jamie and Sherwood Hive. Let's go. He's coming at some point.
Buzzing.
The Hive is buzzing, dude.
So according to PFF Draft, this is how their rankings stack with best available. Their 35th overall player, Elijah Molden, best available player. 43rd on their list, Ronnie Perkins. 45th, Diami Brown. 46, Jabril Cox. 47, Jamar Johnson. 51, Quinn Meinerz. 57, Adarius Washington. 61, Wyatt Davis. So there's still really good talent out there.
Darius Washington's an interesting guy because I watched him a lot when I watched Trayvon Marrig, and he had shades of the honey badger himself, Tyrann Mathieu. I'm not saying I think he's as good as him, but he's very similarly sized. He gets a little undersized, you might overlook a little bit, but he played with tenacity and he could lay the wood down. That dude could hit. So he's an interesting player to watch, in my opinion.
So the 49ers, the Raiders pick is in. I won't tip it though. I won't tip it. So I don't know. I want to tip it. I won't. The Raiders, spoiler alert, they don't take Diami. Would you entertain Michael Carter in the third, at the end of the third?
Yeah, I would take on Carter at 102 if they have a plan for him. And again, it's ultimately down to how Shanahan wants to do it. It's the same reason why I was laughing at Bleacher Report saying that the pick was bad because it doesn't fit his scheme. If Michael Carter fits his scheme and he has a vision for him, yeah, it's a great pick. If it's me, just in my opinion, yeah, I think he's good enough to justify it too. But ultimately, again, Kyle Shanahan's not going to be co-signing these picks if he doesn't see value there. 102, I think, is a totally fine spot. And again, there's a guy like Chuba on the Niners. That would be really fun to watch too, man. If they could get Chuba and he could tighten up that. The only thing that worries me is he had a little bit of issue with fumbling, and I know no coach wants a guy who's prone to turnovers, but Kyle specifically is not somebody that we saw got Breida get thrown in the doghouse and ultimately get traded when he had ball security issues. So We'll see how it goes. All right. Where are we at here? Now it is – the picks are starting to roll in a little bit better. Who did they take? Who's this?
They took Kuntz from
An
Buffalo.
edge from Buffalo. I wonder if they'll keep him for 4 years and then trade him to Chicago. No! Oh, you're going to be upset.
Uh-oh.
You're going to be upset.
Please don't be Kendrick.
No. Defensive player. with their second pick that they just had back to back.
Defensive player.
You're not going to be happy, dude.
Pick. Trying to think who that could be.
It's one of your guys. Like it's one of your guys. Like one you hold close to your heart.
Oh my gosh, who could that be?
Senior Bowl guy too.
Oh, not a fee too.
No, close.
Who could it be?
He went way earlier than you would have expected him to be. I'll tell you that. He went a little bit earlier than you would have expected, but it's one of your guys. I actually love that pick too for them. So I don't want to be, too down on it, but.
Oh, why isn't nothing coming to my mind? Oh God.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Brad. Pain. They took Marig and Diablo from us both, dude.
Wow.
It's been a bad day for the Brad and Jordan hive over here.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. All the Raider fans are laughing at us for laughing at their Leatherwood pick now.
Yeah, you know what? I don't care. You could draft all of my draft crushes, and it still doesn't excuse you drafting Alex Leatherwood at 17 with Tevin Jenkins still on the board.
Right. I love that pick. Dang. That sucks. Always happens, though. Some of my guys always go to, like, my rivals. They don't go to somewhere else. They just go to the rivals. It seems to happen like clockwork.
Mm-hmm. So who's up now? That leaves the Dolphins. The Diamy's not going to fall all the way to the Niners. Somebody's going to get a steal with Diami Brown, dude. I'm a little upset that he's still there. I'm upset for him.
Yeah, that's crazy that he's sliding like this, man. This is always the interesting part where there's always got to be something else at play.
Hunter Long. Wow. I mean, they already have Gesicki. What the hell? What are they doing? I don't understand that pick.
Yeah.
And they have so many picks that it doesn't matter. But unless they're like set on, I think Mike Gesicki is really good, dude. I'm a big Mike Gesicki believer.
Oh yeah, so do I. I think he's really good too. But they did.
He was very safe, dude.
They grabbed Shaheen. They grabbed Shaheen. Remember,
when
he was cut from the Bears. They grabbed him and they stashed him. He didn't do anything over there, so they could be trying to get into. I mean, you think about kind of they have strong Patriot ties, right? So they could definitely be after the 2 tight end sets.
And Hunter Long, somebody that when I watched, like he looked safe, but he didn't look. It wasn't like when I watched Furman, I was like, okay, this dude can run people over, like. He's got that tenacity. Like Hunter Long's good, but it's just like it's such a boring pick to me. Like it's not something. Like, it's a safe pick, I think, but it's just boring. I hate being bored when I like watching these picks. Like, and of course I'll say that, and he'll end up being a monster in the NFL. But he seems like it's like a boring, safe like tight end 2 pick. Which
that's like all these tight ends. Like if like the John Bates of the world and all these guys, they're just like ho hum tight ends.
You ready to get disappointed again, too? Guess who Washington just took?
Oh, gosh. Who'd they take? Offense or defense?
Diami.
They took Diami? Dang.
Hey, you gotta get the weapons in order for Jimmy G when they make the trade.
R.I.P. Gandy Goldenstock.
Dude, between Curtis Samuel, Diami, and Terry McLaurin, like that unit is actually if they get a decent quarterback, like that team's. I mean, I like Fitzpatrick, don't get me wrong, but if they get like an above average quarterback, that team's looking scary.
Dang, he just went. That's crazy. It took him a long time to come off the board. All right. How many picks till the Niners pick? They better. I want
about
something
20.
excited about.
About 20, I think.
20 picks away.
We're on 83. We're on 83 right now. Yeah.
Oh gosh, is that Angelo? Like OG Angelo? Are you dude Angelo from like a year ago?
Who?
This guy in the chat.
Oh.
He's a Raider fan, and like a year ago, he was trying to talk trash and wasn't doing the best job. And I was trying to help him out. I had to help him with the trash talk. Good to see you, Angelo. Well, good for you. You can talk trash to me now because you guys got a bunch of guys that I really like, so I'm upset. Divine Diablo, Trayvon Morig, two of my favorite safety prospects in the class. Swooped them. Focus's brother. Makes perfect sense. How does Focus become a Niner fan? You become a Raider fan, and you guys live in Florida. I need an explanation. Right next to him. Oh, my goodness. Let's go, Niners. Let's get someone good. Someone we like. Give me Amon-Ra.
Man, Washington's had a really nice draft too, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's see who they take. The football team.
Jamin Davis. They needed a linebacker. I mocked JOK to them, but if they like Davis better, I like that. They got St. Just, obviously. I forget who the second round pick was. They got St. Just, and now they got De'Ami Brown. Like, those are solid picks in my opinion.
Yeah, that's really good. I love their draft. That's crazy.
Do the Niners take Davion Nixon, maybe another Hawkeye, another Iowa player, maybe? I see somebody to watch.
Go back to the well. Don't see why not.
I mean, they had some success from there. You know, that CJ Beathard guy was pretty good.
Oh, there's a clip. There's a clip right now of like the Eagles war room.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like going around doing the whole fist bump thing, but clearly they're super pissed off.
Oh, really? They don't look happy about the pick?
And one guy, like, it looks like it might be Howie Roseman. He's like running around trying to be upbeat, and he goes to give a guy a fist bump, and the homie was just like one of those like nonchalant, and he's like, "What's up, bro?" You can see they're talking, like he's like, "What's going on?" They're not happy. Dysfunction in Philly, it looks like. Oh, wow. I like that pick for the Carolina Panthers. RIP Ian Stock. Panthers snatch Tommy Tremble. Some weapons, more weapons. I like it. Let's see. Man. Some good picks.
You know, this De'Ami Brown to Washington honestly feels like it's going to be like Terry McLaurin, dude, where we look back on this a couple years from now and we're like, how did this many teams pass on this guy? What did we overlook about this guy? We're going back and looking, how did he fall to the third round?
I don't know.
Tommy Tremble's off the board?
Yeah.
No. Diet Juice.
Diet Juice.
Damn. Brevin Jordan, the dream's still alive.
I don't know how people slept on McLaurin. He was one of my favorite wide receivers in that class. I literally had no understanding of how people slept on him.
He's nice, dude.
Tommy Tremble, though, that's a good pick for the Panthers. They're stacking, man. They needed a tight end, like, pretty bad. So he's going to become an interesting dynasty target, that's for sure. Oh, man. Let's go. Fast forward to the Niners.
Oh, yeah, I wish. It'd be pretty nice. I love the draft, but I'd rather the Niners pick now and then watch all. Like last night, it was so nice. The Niners picked, and we just got to watch all these other guys after. Like,
right.
Man, I like Tremble a lot. That's a bummer. He's another guy. Really, I thought the Jets would take him, to be honest. But
all right, we got a trade.
Carolina's building a decent team. They got a nice team. Sam Darnold plays half decent. Like that's a good team, dude.
With Matt Rule leading the charge, I like Matt Rule.
Yeah, that's a good team. And their defense is solid. They got a lockdown corner now. They got Brian Burns.
BB.
Got Shaq Thompson. They got a good team, dude. Like,
yeah, they do. Such a troll, man. Oh, goodness. 3.5 hours.
We've just been out here goofing, grinding, chilling.
Goofing and grinding? Trying to post? Ooh, I like Aaron Banks' IG handle, though.
What is it, Banks of America?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, huh?
Win. Fire handle. Oh, I like this guy. This dude's a nut. Ooh. 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 There we go. Green Bay.
Who they take?
Amari Rodgers.
Davion Nixon? Oh, okay.
That's my boy.
Who took Nixon then? The
Traded
Cowboys?
up to
Cowboys
get
take Davion Nixon?
They took Chauncey Golston.
Chauncey Golston. Oh, okay.
I like him too. He was someone that I was trying to mock a lot to the 49ers.
That Osa pick, don't you remember we talked to Quinn, and Quinn said that Osa was the toughest guy he went up against at the Senior Bowl?
Yep. See, although it's like, you know, you want to know the players like when they're drafted, so you can be like, oh, I can talk about them. Like everything I keep coming across of Aaron Banks, I just like more and more. I like him a lot.
Molden and St. Brown are still on the board. Those would be the guys that I would be targeting here. I don't know if Lenore is going to go this soon. I think they're I think they're going to take Darren Hall at some point, the dude from San Diego State. I don't know if it's this early, but
the cornerback.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
How funny is it that Aaron Rodgers asks out and they draft a receiver literally named A. Rodgers?
It's to fool Packers fans. They're gonna give Aaron Rodgers' number to Amari Rodgers. That way they can have people can keep their Rodgers jerseys and not have to trade it in.
John Middlecoff says, 2 texts I've received from NFL people in the last 20 minutes. Raiders have poor feel for player value. Gruden went rogue. I love John Gruden so much. John Gruden is the gift that keeps on giving.
They have proven that time and time again that their value, the way they value guys, is pretty interesting. But honestly, other than the Leatherwood, I don't mind it. Kuntz, I don't know.
The other picks are fine. The Diablo pick isn't,
Yeah, I don't know enough about Kuntz to give much of an opinion, but Trevon Morgan, the second where they got him, huge. Divine Diablo, he's a good prospect. And if you have a plan for him of what you want to do, absolutely. Let's see. Fire John. He's not moving up.
Dude, those are coming in big time. People are pissed that he's not moving up.
I mean, what do you expect? They're chilling. They're big chilling right now. They got their quarterback. They got their guard. Trying to think what else. Honestly,
who needs any other positions in football? Quarterback, O-line, forget everything else. Who needs anything else?
Who cares? Just get the ball, get running the ball, throwing the rock. Defense, what's that? But I like the Amari Rodgers pick, though. I think that's a solid pick. Absolutely solid pick. Man, all these athletes are posting food pictures. I'm starving now, instantly.
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to get there, too. That's why I'm hoping these picks start coming.
I know. I'm getting a little hungry, a little running out of gasoline. Need to fill up the tank.
Dude, I didn't eat for like 5 hours when we did ours yesterday, and I ate like I had this huge tray of like shrimp ceviche, and I ate like the entire thing in like 10 minutes, dude, after the draft ended. I was gluttonous and happy, and I was having a blast. Trey Lance is a 49er. I was just,
living life.
I let that thing rip, dude. I'm a slender guy now, but I used to be a pretty big dude. I still, I have the inner Quinn in me. I have that,
the inner Quinn,
that powerful gut. You may not see it, but
what was the most that you tipped the scales at?
probably like 245, but it was when I was like 5'9", 5'10". So it was, it seemed like I wasn't like massive, but like, yeah, like, dude, I weigh like 175, 180 right now. And I'm like 4 inches taller than that too. So it's like, I shed the baby fat basically. No way.
We traded
Let's go.
up.
Let's go. To what pick?
Traded up. Just like we were talking about. They heard you. They heard you saying you wanted to fire him.
Trey Sermon. No way. They traded up for a running back right now. I will.
Who are they
no
taking?
Way.
Who could they take? Is this Elijah Molden? Is this it?
No, it's going to be Trey Sermon. That's going to be so funny if it's Trey Sermon. Let's see.
Melly Hive?
They need a powerful back if they're taking a running back. They need a guy that's going to add a little bit of oomph to them. So if it is Trey Sermon, who I'm seeing from somebody I trust, I don't know if they have good info already, but yeah, I don't.
Trey Sermon. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't. Doesn't really feel like a Shanahan pick, but who knows? Oh, that's not how you spell traded. Ooh, good catch. Got it out.
What did they give up? Let's see. I mean, I'm not even seeing anything from.
Let's go. We traded up. We got some action. This is what we wanted. The 49ers have traded up. What's the comp?
For Trey Sermon, that's another guy I wouldn't have expected the Niners to take based on the past. Like Kyle's changing his entire philosophy about how he's going to be running this offense.
So they took Trey Sermon?
They took Trey Sermon. Albert Breer's reporting it's Trey Sermon.
Wow. I mean,
they still held on to 102. They gave up 117 and 121. They held on to 102. So they still have another pick tonight.
Okay. I don't not like it. Like I really like. I like Trey. What he did in those
that game
snaps
against Clemson was nice, and that Northwestern game was really nice, dude.
Yeah, like he shows ability.
That's a good dynasty asset now too, because he's probably not going to be a guy that goes super early, but
yeah. Wow. Okay.
That's
49ers trade up and they select Trey Sermon at Ohio State, running back. We anticipated they would go running back at some point. Wow. Craziness. Okay. First Ohio State running back on the 49ers since Carlos Hyde. Wow. Okay, let's get this post out. Come on. Wow, okay. So how you feeling about that pick, Jordan? What's your analysis on the player?
He's good. So he's an interesting case because he's fast, but he's got some oomph to him. He's got a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of power that you wouldn't really expect from a guy that can move as quickly as him.
Yeah.
So I like the player a lot. And again, if you have time, I know not everybody has access to all 22 and stuff, but watch Trey Sermon versus Northwestern in the Big Ten Championship. He went bananas. It reminded me a lot of how just Mostert ran all over Green Bay in a big game against a top 10 team. So I like the pick. Again, if Kyle sees a vision where he's like, hey, it seems like he wants a more physically imposing back, It seems like they're shifting this. This offense isn't going to be this finesse outside zone exclusively. They'll still do a lot of that, I think. But I think we're going to start seeing a lot more power concepts integrated into this offense, which they actually started to do last year a little bit as well.
Wonder how my guy Raheem is doing. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's a great compliment to what the backs that we already have. Honestly, you have the speed with Raheem, you got some of the ability with Wilson that he brings, some of the goal line, some of the short yardage, his ability to make catches out of the backfield, and you bring in Trey Sermon. Oh, there goes Kendrick. Dang it.
Kendrick Green went?
Yeah, Kendrick Green went to the Steelers.
Who?
Steelers. Total Steeler pick.
That's a great pick. That's a great – all right, now that Najee stock's looking a little bit better.
Now the Najee stock looks fantastic. But Trey Sermon, man, that is a fan – I like it. I really do. I like it. It's a good pick. He's a running back that has a bunch of upside because I've watched all of those games that he played in, of course, with Justin Fields. And now they're able to go up and get a guy like they show on the screen, violent runner, soft hands, inconsistent in pass pros, according to the NFL Network. But, I mean, he has good vision. He really does. He's just a good downhill back. He's really good at running behind his pads. He's got good enough speed. So, I mean, he just didn't get a ton of work. Man,
against he looked good at Oklahoma too.
Yeah, in the Northwestern game, he had 29 rushes for 331 yards. Wow. Okay, so I expected them to go running back. I really did. I didn't know where they were going to go running back, but I like the value. I really do. I think there's tons of potential here. I think there's a ton of potential here. And like you said, he instantly becomes a big-time dynasty asset. Not big-time like first round or anything like that, but I'm targeting him. Shoot. Let's go. So we got Trey Sermon, and we got Trey Lance. 2 Treys. Trey Dub. Let's go. Let's go. I like it. I like it. 49ers go heavy offense with this draft. They go quarterback, running back. I wouldn't be shocked if they still go wide receiver and it's a straight sweep of offensive players. I could totally see that. Let's go. Okay. I like it. I'm not going to lie. I like it. Like if we're looking for a pure running back and, there's like guys like Demetric Felton who've been running backs before, like I like Trey Sermon over Demetric Felton if we're talking pure running backs. All right. Okay. I can deal. I can live with it. I like it.
Yeah, I'm like, again, the whole thing with running backs is that it looks great when there's the success there and you're adding to a dynamic offense. There's a really good tweet I saw from a guy he's such an underrated account, dude. The account name. He does really good. If you're into basketball and giant stuff, he just does all Bay Area sports. Let's see the account real quick. Sorry, my apologies. I'm trying to pull this up. This Sports. Okay, his name is at the NBA Analyst 1, but he does a lot of football stuff. And he goes, the 49ers are going the route of building an unstoppable offense and hoping that their defense will be good enough to get a few stops. Has worked for several of the past Super Bowl teams, and that's kind of the vibes I'm getting to.
Yeah. No, I agree. Oh, look. The dog made it back. Bill Belichick's dog made an appearance. Okay. So, I mean, well, let's look at it in the context of who the other running backs that are available. And basically, the top guys that are available are Michael Carter, Ramondre Stevenson, Kenneth Gainwell, Jamar Jefferson, Khalil Herbert, Roundtree, Chuba Hubbard, Javion Hawkins, Kylan Hill. I mean, there's still a lot of really good running backs available, but he's up there in the rankings.
He had a dominant performance in a big-time game, and that's one thing I do really like. And again, if this is the direction that Kyle Shanahan wants to go, then I think that it's a shift. Because, again, Chuba Hubbard, Jamar Jefferson are guys that I felt fit more what they were doing already. But we'll see.
Yeah, I like it, though. I'm okay with it. Because I see a guy that still has a lot of potential. Like, I don't even think he seems like a guy to me who could be a better pro than a college player, if that makes sense. Especially running behind the offensive line that we currently have built, especially if teams, are worried about play action and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good pick. I'm okay with it. Let's go. Okay. So
Texans take your guy Nico Collins.
Did they? Okay.
Gotta get Davis Mills some weapons.
Got to. Just throw it up. I mean, Davis Mills is that type of player. If you're covered, he'll throw you open. He knew how to play with a big body receiver and Becco. So, all right. So now how do you think this impacts the 49ers pick at 102? Do you think they go wide receiver?
They have to either go receiver, corner, or tight end. I mean, obviously they're not going to go running back. I don't see them going interior O-line again. The fact that they moved those picks, maybe it's my guy Sherwood there. There was 2 opportunities to take Sherwood there, and those are both gone now, obviously, with 117 and 121 being gone. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're – I did not expect Trey Sermon to be the guy they traded up for with Elijah Molden, Amon-Ra St. Brown on the board. I don't know. But again, he could come out and he could be a total stud. And he could be a guy that Kyle just puts in a great position. And again, last time Kyle drafted a running back was Joe Williams, I think, right? If I remember correctly?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And he never even saw a regular season snap, so I don't even know if we can count that. But
it's the second running back that Kyle has traded or has taken, and both have been traded up. He's traded up for both of them. Oh, your guy goes off the board, Patrick Jones.
Okay. Who's he going to? Who's on the clock? Browns?
Minnesota.
Browns?
No, I went to
Minnesota. Okay. Yeah, I like that pick a lot for Minnesota, actually. That's a good pick.
Oh, who was the guy that you were talking about from Auburn?
Jamie and Sherwood.
Okay. They took an Auburn guy, but they took a wide receiver.
Schwartz? Who took him? Cleveland?
Yeah.
God, Schwartz was interesting because he's the fastest player in the draft probably, but he just did not look like a nuanced route runner.
Right. He was all speed. So do we know what the trade details are? Did you see what the trade details were?
For Sermon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 117 and 121. So they gave up the pick they got from Oakland, and they gave up their original 4th-round pick.
All right. So that's not too bad.
It's not too bad, no. And, hey,
and they probably got this
again.
They probably got Banks where they would have taken Banks where they were, traded back, used that pick to then come back up and get Trey Sermon. So I like that movement. I like that movement a lot. Uh-oh. We're about to get kicked out of the live. So if you see the live, it's gonna. I guess we've reached our max.
Too much time.
Yeah, 4 hours.
4 hours.
Too much. Yeah. So I'll just bring it back up.
Okay.
All right, we're bringing it back up. What's up, bro? We're back. We're back. We are back. We got Trey Sermon, if you're just joining. If you're just joining, the 49ers trade up, grab Trey Sermon. It is really the Trey area. It has to be the Trey area. We got 2 Treys. It has to be the Trey area. There's no other name for the Bay Area than the Trey area. Amari Rodgers is gone. Amari Rodgers landed in a great spot, by the way. He landed in a great spot. But, I mean, how you guys feeling? How you guys feeling about the Trey Sermon trade? You liking it? You vibing off it? Who we going next? Should we just run on offense? Should we just run on offense and go give me Amon-Ra St. Brown at the end of this round? Make me real happy. As a Buckeye fan, you approve of Trey Sermon? We'll get Jordan back in here. All the Treys. All the Treys in the world.
Well, it really is the Trey area now. Like now, it's official, right? Like
there's no other way. It's the Trey area.
Man, you know, the biggest thing for Trey is that he's got speed to hit that outside zone and find those gaps, but he's big, dude. Like he's big for a running back, and he's imposing. Like he'll run through people, and that's another thing. I think Jeff Wilson's capable of doing it, but it would have been like if they really are trying to change the offense up, then it would have been redundant to add another player like Michael Carter, Chuba Hubbard, Jamar Jefferson, if they're really like convinced that they're going to start running a little bit more power and a little bit more of a mauling type thing. And the way that I'm looking at it, I know that Banks can run that zone and be that nimble guy, but I think they're also going to be able to put themselves in a position where, hey, if it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 3rd and 3, something like that, you have no idea what Kyle's going to throw at you. They might run that QB power. They might run an RPO. They could run play out. Like they just have so many options, and Trey Lance is really the crux of all of this because Trey Lance really gives you this building block to add these dynamic weapons to do all these different things. And again, no offense to Jimmy Garoppolo or anybody else who's that pocket molded passer, but having that dynamic running threat at quarterback really changes everything. And I love this because Kyle's really going all in, it seems like, on this newfound philosophy. And it's going to be a treat to watch again, this whole offseason, I'm going to be sitting here staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m. Like, what is Kyle doing right now? What kind of plays is he thinking of? What kind of concepts is he working on?
Exactly. What's he cooking up right now?
What's he doing in there?
what is he doing? And he's doing good things. I mean, honestly, you look at it, if you just look at all our current running backs from like a traits perspective, you could make the argument that Trey Sermon might be the most complete back when you look at size, speed, vision, ability to catch out of the backfield. He has a lot to offer. So, I mean, and again, he was behind Master Teague quite a bit at Ohio. Master Teague was the starting running back, so he would get the first run for the most part. So he should have somewhat fresh legs. I like it. I think the value of the trade up, giving the 2 fourth-rounders to move up, one that you got from the trade with the Raiders. You still get the guard that you wanted, and now you get this running back. Hell yeah. I like it. I think it works. Absolutely. I think you nailed it on the head. Every single guy that he's taken is physical. Again, I love calling Trey Lance, Derrick Henry at quarterbacks because the way he runs, how physical he is as a runner when he decides to take off and go. Aaron Banks, I've been watching his tape this whole time and watching as much as I get my hands on. He's a stud. Absolutely love Aaron Banks. And then you add Trey Sermon, go up, make the trade. Love it. I really like what Kyle and John just did here. And now you have a 3-headed monster in that backfield with Trey, with Mostert, and Wilson. I mean, that's good problems to have. That is good problems to have. So, and now we got 102 not far away. So we're not too far away. So we're 93 on the clock. So yeah, we're less than 10. So we'll be up on the clock really soon. And guess who's still on the board? Molden, Ifitu. So now this is fun because I think we all agree we like the Trey Sermon pick. We like the value of the trade. We think it's a good move, and we kind of can see what Kyle's trying to do here. And now there's an opportunity to still add some legitimate talent that could have went in the second round, or we anticipated going kind of earlier in the second round. That guy's still available. And honestly, if Molden is on the pick here heading into the 4th round, I would feel comfortable absolutely taking him, even if there's some maybe other issues that we aren't aware about, because at this point, I feel like you can get such great value in the 4th that it would make a ton of sense. Quinn Meinerz, man, he's still on the board. Crazy. Let's see who else. Yep.
I don't know how I got muted on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know I was muted. But yeah.
Ooh. I got my second win, pimp.
That's going to be me when they take Molden at 102. I'm going to be like, all right, let's just jam out the rest of this draft right now.
We got a little shot of energy now. Let's go. Oh, I like that pick. Okay, Buffalo. Good pick. Good pick. Spencer Brown, offensive tackle. Jabril Cox still on the board. Tylan Wallace. Robert Rochelle, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. Ben Cleveland.
Did he just go off the board?
Baltimore.
I like that pick. Oh, didn't they get another offensive lineman earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, where'd you get that jacket, bro? Where'd you get that jacket?
Dude, I got this like a year ago on the NFL shop, dude.
That thing's cold-blooded.
So I was trying to get the one. Thank you. I was trying to get the one that Kyle had with the Nike bomber jacket that he was wearing a couple years ago. But it was as close as I could get. But that's what this is. My Kyle Shanahan fit, the white hoodie under the bomber jacket.
I love it. Jordan Shanahan, let's go. Man, Michael Carter's still on the board. Clearly, we're not going that route. Nasir Adderley, he's still on the board as a safety. Man, go grab Amon-Ra and call it a day. Go grab Amon-Ra St. Brown and call it a day. Let's do it. Or Cade Johnson. I like Cade Johnson. Or Jalen Darden. Man, there's still some good players on.
I would love if Amon-Ra goes right here. I would be thrilled with that pick, honestly. Like, he's another guy. He would fit that mold of just an ass kicking guy that's going to go out there and run block and is going to run through people, and also he can catch the ball too. You need receivers that have good hands, but
absolutely,
Amon-Ra would be a great pick right here. Man, I don't know why Ronnie Perkins is dropping. I don't know why.
I don't know why he's dropping.
Molden is dropping either. Those guys were, and again, it could be a medical thing. There's a lot of like Maharig. I didn't know why he fell into the first round, and it turned out he had a back problem. So I would love to see Molden, but if there's some issue with Molden, or maybe teams just don't value slot players as much as I probably maybe we do. Like maybe they're just viewing him as
think about
slot corner.
If we look at K'Wan Williams, he's one of the better slot corners in the league, and he had almost no value on the open market. So maybe that slot corner is kind of moving towards these like hybrid linebackers. You know what I mean? Where we're seeing these like safety hybrids like Divine Diablo who can come into the slot and cut. But I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of those that have gone. The linebackers are more valuable than the slot corners now, it seems like.
Shout out to Raheem for welcoming them, though. That's dope.
Yeah, man, I thought it was funny, too, because he's right. There's running backs left and right. Raheem knows he's still dope. He's still got that track speed. He's still got – Raheem is so good in that outside zone, too. Like,
he's so good.
I don't see there being an avenue to where Raheem's just going to get forgotten on this depth chart. He's, way too talented, and he's so good running that outside zone.
Exactly, and if anything, this is only going to juice him up more. I know Raheem's a competitor. I know he's going to want to come in here and see what the rookie's all about. He'll bring him on, but he's going to compete too. So, yeah, I like the pick, man. Now, let's see. 102. Who's our 102? Boo. Dude, this is all right. I'm starting to get hyped. Aaron Banks, Trey. Let's go. Welcome. Let's go. All right. That was some nice little juice. Now, what do you think about this for the culture, for the brand? Grabbing Quinn at 102. Depth behind Alex Mack.
Real quick, I just seen in the comments on Instagram. I don't know if it's Jover or J Over. Can we give him a shout out real quick? Our guy's been waiting for one. J Over 562 on the Instagram.
He said, Jordan. I know you've seen this.
Jordan 59 GM. That's gonna be my burner. Jordan 59 GM. I love that.
He wants a shout out. Still waiting for my shout out.
Hey, I'm giving him all the love right now. He gets that shout out from me. My guy. That's when you see the burner come up. I'm gonna give all credit to J Over 562 when I make that Jordan 59 GM account.
The Jordan 59. The fake Jordan.
But yeah, I'm with taking Quinn and having, because Alex Mack, dude, you never know. He could play 1 year and he could be like, dude, I'm 37 years old. He could be like Danny Glover and Luke Levin, just be like, I'm too old for this. Like, I'm over this. Like, yeah. I can see that happening, and you're not rushed into it. And again, like, if they're shifting towards more power stuff, what better way to usher in that era than having Quinn Meinerz come in and have a guy that's gonna, be at the forefront of doing that? Like, I would be all for it. And I don't. Again, you're not in a position where you're not in a position where you don't have to rush him out right away, but you then have so much depth on that interior of that O-line. Like, that would be awesome, in my opinion.
Yeah. And now Ronnie Perkins is gone.
Who took New England?
Matt Patricia? Is Matt Patricia back on New England?
I think he is. I think he went back. He went. Yeah.
That's funny.
I was just saying he went crawling back, but
yeah, take me back.
Okay, Ronnie Perkins to the Patriots. Quinn gone to the Broncos. Dude, the Broncos, didn't they take a center last year?
Quinn went to the Broncos. No! Quinn.
The Broncos are the ops now after taking Quinn and Javonte. Like,
that's a great pick. And if they mess around and somehow grab Aaron Rodgers in some wild trade, that sucks. We'll miss you, Quinn. Great pick, though, for them. Oh, wow. Trey McKitty to the Chargers. All of a sudden, Trey McKitty got the Dynasty stock on the rise. Let's go. Wow. I wasn't expecting him to go this high. I really wasn't. So Trey McKitty, Georgia tight end, it's more of a receiving tight end, goes to the Chargers. Wow, that boosts his stock big time. Big time. But yes, we're very sad. Quinn, it's a sad day. Quinn, a great friend of the account. Jordan and I's first ever player interview happened to be Quinn Meinerz when we were just chopping it up on a Friday, and he decided to hop in the chat and join us on a live. So we got nothing but respect for Quinn. He landed in a good spot. I think Quinn landed in a great spot, honestly. So he's going to thrive. Good for Quinn, man. Happy for that guy. But now the 49ers are 4 picks away. Man, I can't believe Ronnie Perkins went at 96. That's
crazy.
Such a steal. He is such a good motor, man. His motor is off the charts. Good spot for him. Relentless. Man, 2 good play. Now, so I would have to imagine, do you think they're going to let these players that are kind of falling a bit try and snatch them up before the 4th?
There has to be a guy that they have on the board there that they're good with. If they move up for a running back, there has to be comfortable. Like that's just.
So do you think Dallas? Do you think Dallas is in play for Elijah Molden? Do you think they could go DB here?
They should. They need help in the secondary. But again, there must be something up with Molden. Everybody's passing on him. It's not just the Niners pass. Like everybody's passing on him. So right. I don't know what it is.
Tennessee's up after that, then Detroit. Dang, Trey McKitty's 6'4"? I did not know he was that tall. I don't know why I thought he was like a 6'1" tight end. Stock going up in Dynasty. Because Chargers don't have a tight end. They have Parham, former XFL tight end. He's like 6'6". But I don't think he moves like Trey. I don't know why I thought Trey was like 6'1". I don't know. I like that pick. I think that's a good fit. Quinn to Denver. Sad. Feel sad, man. But let's see what the Niners got. They got one more surprise left for us tonight. And then it's rounds 4 through 7. I'm starting to think about what I'm going to eat after this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm starving.
Man, I'm hopping on Javi's pod after this. I need to eat in between or I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, good luck. I'm done talking after this. That's back-to-back nights in a row. Over 4.5 hours. That's pretty solid, man. That's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no Quinn. Sad. Ooh, rate the draft. How would you rate the draft up until this point?
I'd give it a solid B, just based on the fact that Trey Lance is a great pick. I think obviously. I don't know enough about Aaron Banks. I'm excited about it, but I'm never going to, just gas up a pick just because I'm excited about watching 10 minutes of, highlights and stuff like that. And then trading up for a running back, while I like Trey Sermon, I just don't like trading up for a running back. So a B. I think it could have gone better, but it's not, it's not. I'm not sitting here upset. If they took Mac Jones, Asante Samuel, and then traded up for a running back, it would have been an F, and I would have been pissed.
Right. I mean, 49er faithful would be really happy. I'll give it a B+. How about that? We'll go B+ because Trey Lance over Mac Jones is legendary. I'll never forget that. That was a lot of fun. I like Aaron Banks. I'm about 3 games in. 3 games in on Aaron Banks, and I really like what I see from him. So I'm really excited about that. And then Trey Sermon. I think Trey Sermon hasn't even seen the full potential yet from what he can do. So I like it. I think there's still – oh, man, I'm just watching Quinn destroy dudes at the Senior Bowl right now. So good. We'll miss you, Quinn. We wish you nothing but the best.
Forever 49ers legend, 2021 to 2021.
Exactly. Off-season legend. Look at the guy, man. Proud of Quinn. Beards and bellies. We'll figure it out. It's still going to happen. The Beard and Bellies podcast will absolutely happen. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's great. They took a center last year too. I forget who it was, but they took a center pretty high. Was it Cushenberry? They took somebody last year. No, that was the
Cushenberry.
Was that, or did he go to Minnesota?
I don't know. Dude, love Quinn, man. What a savage. Swear that's my brother. We look alike, man. Belly and Beards has got to happen. We'll make it happen somehow. It'll be an off-season podcast. That's what we'll do. It'll be an off-season podcast.
So where are we at now? We got to be at 199.
We're close, man. We're close. So are they? They're pretty close to catching up, right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty much there. Like,
hey, good for Quinn, man. Though, like straight up, like because when I talked to him, this week? Did I talk to him this week? Man,
maybe
this week has been crazy. So I talked to Quinn this week. We did a podcast together, and when we were talking to Quinn, or I was talking to Quinn, we were just talking about the whole Senior Bowl experience. We were talking about what it was like, being a D3 kid, having that 2020 season canceled. I was like, were you thinking about the NFL when that season was canceled? Like, did you think like you even had a shot? And he was like, yeah, maybe 7th round. Like, he's like, maybe if I was lucky, I'd sneak into the 7th round, probably undrafted. And here he goes in the 4th round, man. Top 100 picks. Tip my cap to Quinn, man. Like, talk about the true underdog story, what he did at the Senior Bowl, and he's just a great dude. So I'm super happy for him, man. I'm gonna root for Quinn for his entire career. So he deserves this, man. I'm super happy for him. I'm happy
that quarterback, man.
Yeah, I'm happy he landed in a good spot. I'm happy he landed in a good spot too, where he's gonna be able to thrive. I think he will be able to. The gut. Love it. He's going to be a legend. He's going to be a legend in Colorado. And he's going to fit – I think he's going to fit that culture really well. I think he's going to fit that culture really, really well. So the 49ers are up. Who's your pick? Who do you want here? Jordan? Who do you want here?
I want Molden. I think Molden is just a good fit. I don't understand why he hasn't – like, what's going on. If Yatu would be okay. Brevin Jordan I would really like. But I heard there was medical issue stuff with him too. I think a lot of these guys are just not willing to take guys that there's medical issues on. Amon-Ra would be a great one. I don't know why he fell so high. His ceiling may not be insane, but again, he's another guy that would fit the mold of who they want. Oh, Molden. Who picked Molden?
Did he go?
When did Molden get picked?
Molden
I think
and Melifon were both gone?
No, Melifon is still on the board. He's still on the
they're just trolling.
Best available.
They're just trolling.
I didn't see. Did Molden get picked though? I didn't see because they were running through some picks pretty quick.
Honestly, I didn't see. Guess he could have. They're saying Titans. Or did he go? Did he just go now? So I guess the 49ers are on the clock now.
Yep, Titans just got him. Damn, that's a great pick. That is a great pick.
Dang, so right before the 49ers, Elijah Molden goes off the board. So who do we want? Drop it in the chat. Who do you guys want? Last pick of the day. Who's it going to be? Give me a Fitu. Give me Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would be okay with either. They're probably not going to draft the guy I want because that's typically how it goes, but we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, we're 4.5 hours. Man, I've spent almost 10 hours doing draft stuff.
I know, right? It's nonstop.
Apparently, Ifeatu just got drafted by the Lions as well.
Did he? They're not
yes.
on the
one pick ahead of the 49ers too.
One pick. Your guy goes 2, my guy goes 1.
That Molden pick is a great value, man. See, well, that's the thing is I'm not keeping up with the picks that are tipped. So that makes sense. I was like, there's no way we missed them coming in. If they're coming,
Right.
If they're tipping picks, I'm watching the stream. I'm over trying to get, And go ahead and I muted for the Niners pick. I muted like everything.
The pick is in. I saw it. It just came across.
The Niners pick is in?
Yeah. So, okay, hold on. Let me get this going. I'm not going to tip it.
Well, they went corner, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't. Let's see. Man, I wonder if they would have went Ifitu though. Dude, I bet like both of those players were in play. If they went DB here.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Damn. Yeah, I wonder if they would have one pick before.
Yeah, 1 and 2 picks before either one of them would have been on the board. So that one will require some tape study. I have not watched him, so
I've seen a little bit.
Fun experiment.
When I watched Pay, I saw him a little bit when I watched Pay. Damn, and then the Niners aren't going to pick. I was so excited because tomorrow they'd come in and they'd have 2 picks in the first 20. Now they don't have any. Oh, man.
And
we'll see how that goes, though.
Man, Ifitu went right before. That would have been legendary.
That's why I don't trade up for a running back. I would have rather had Ifeatu or Molden, probably. And again, I could be wrong. Ambry Thomas could end up being really good, but you moved up for a running back, and then those guys come off the board 1 and 2 in front. Like that's kind of where it's tough. It's a little bit difficult to swallow that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw in the comments they had a good point, though. He did beat out St. Jude's for a job at Michigan a while ago.
Oh, did he?
So we'll see. But
they're saying you look disgusted.
I'm a little upset because I like Elijah Molden a lot. He was one of my favorite players to watch. He just was phenomenal. I know Ifeatu was your guy, and it feels after Marig, after that, watching Quinn go to Denver, watching Javonte gets like
We
like
watch
kick
all
in
our
the gut
boys.
a little bit.
Yeah,
all our boys. I mean, we want to see him thrive. You know, I want to see him go have successful NFL careers. It just would have been really cool if they could have done it here, but it is what it is. Yeah, Molden getting sniped 2 picks before hurts, and the Titans secondary with him and Farley now they're looking pretty good, dude.
Oh, I forgot that they got Farley.
Yeah, they got Farley too. So that secondary is looking nice.
Yeah. Okay. This is my straight up first impression. So some of the clips that they're showing. Okay.
And he didn't play 2020 for what it's worth. He opted out, so that could have had an effect on his value as well.
I see some of the skill. I see the traits immediately. Okay, I like it. All it takes is basically like one play for me to get a baseline on traits. Oh man, Ifeatu was so close. So close. So close. All right. So the 49ers have selected Ambry Thomas out of Michigan State, cornerback. Both Jordan and I had DBs that we really, really liked. Both got sniped literally 1 and 2 picks before the 49ers were on the clock. That's how quickly things can change in the NFL. Wild, though. Wild to see Elijah fall that far.
Man, that's exactly how I feel.
They're saying he's got a 90.9 coverage grade, and that's the 4th highest in college football since 2019. And I know you were big on him. That was your guy.
Des Bryant just tweeted Dallas should have drafted Ambry Thomas, so that's a W in my opinion.
Really?
Yes.
Did he?
He did. He did indeed.
We like that.
We do.
We love that, actually. Okay, so, I mean, like I said, I saw like 5 clips of him. But based on just the clips, the traits look nice. Like, looks like he has size, looks like he has length, looks like he has really solid movement skills. On one of the coverage snaps, I saw him instantly whip his head around once he got in the hip pocket of the wide receiver and instantly turned his head back towards the wide receiver. You love to see that kind of stuff. All right, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited to dig into
he looks all right. Again, I saw him a little bit when I had 2019 tape of Pay.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, but it's not somebody that I watched nearly as much as Ifeatu or Elijah Molden, who I'm just disgusted about. My heart can't take this. Aziz was there; they didn't take him.
Trevon
Marig was there; they didn't take him. Rondale Moore went to the Cardinals. Molden now they traded up for a running back. It's been kind of a gut punch, dude. I'm not gonna lie; it's been a rough draft. But I don't care because the 49ers have Trey Lance now, and he's gonna be a superstar. So I don't. Who cares about everything else, man?
Right. At the end of the day, we got the quarterback.
We got QB1, baby.
Got QB1. Looks like we got guard 1, guard 2 potentially. I don't know. I'm hyped off that pick. Yeah, you got to wrangle up some Notre Dame tape. I want to dive into that. Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon. So I'm excited to look at Ambry. I like Dez's tweet, though. That makes me feel a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! What a day. What a last couple days.
It's been fun. And tomorrow the Niners pick what they have 155. Yeah, it's been.
Honestly, though, like this is how it honestly feels like a lot of the time. Like, there's certain players that, of course, because we do the study of the draft that we do, we come away liking like certain players. Like it just feels like that always happens. It just feels like the players that you tend to like really, really like, they always go to rivals or teams that you didn't want to, or like a couple picks before, and you could have had them, but you chose to pass. Feel like that's par for the course, man. All right. So we got one pick left. Then the 49ers, then the day 2, round 3 will be over. And then we're back tomorrow. Do you know what time the draft starts tomorrow?
I believe it's earlier in the day. I don't know the exact time. Let me double check. Noon Eastern, so it starts at 9 tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Noon Eastern? Or it starts at 9 a.m.?
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. Yeah, 9 a.m. tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, 9 a.m. No sleeping in tomorrow. What is sleeping in?
How many more picks do we have here? Because everything's compensatory picks now. So how many are left?
I think we're on our last one. Denver's it, and then I think that concludes the draft.
No, let's see. When's Denver picking? What's their pick number?
It says it's in now, 105.
Okay, there's still 106, 107, and 108 on my screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It shows 105, and then it says next is round 4. That's interesting. Oh, my goodness. So we're going 5 hours today?
Yeah, Woo! We're coming up on 4 hours and 45 minutes, man. That's wild.
Hey, it gives you some respect to some of the guys who's actually working the desk, like right there in Cleveland. Like,
yeah, that's got to be nuts, dude.
Because they're doing all kinds of prep, like probably starting at like 6 in the morning, and then to actually sit down and then do the draft. Crazy. Crazy. So, what do you guys feel like in the chat? In the chat, are you guys hyped so far? We're going to recap the 49ers draft. The 49ers have selected Trey Lance at 3. They made a trade with the Raiders. Got Aaron Banks of America at guard in the second round. Trade back up to get Trey Sermon. 2 Trey Dub. Got 2 Treys now. And then they grab Ambry Thomas, the back of the 3rd. Do we like that? We like that? I think we'll like it once we do a little bit more research too. I really do. We should draft anyone with the first name Trey. Agreed. Their first name
Trey
is Trey.
McKitty's still on the board. I'm not a big fan of his, but Trey McKitty's
he went
still
to
on
the
board.
Chargers.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah.
Trey McKitty got drafted this early? What?
Yeah. And I had no idea he was 6'4". I thought he was like 6'1". I don't know why I thought he was a super short
With
tight end.
at 97? Oh, God.
That's what I was saying.
Well, there goes the dream.
Dynasty stock just shot through the roof.
I was hoping that we would have a trifecta. You know, could have had the, you know.
Oh, that would have been good. The trifecta.
Fire, dude.
Jordan's spitting right now. No, that would have been a lot of fun. Or, I mean, what was I saying? Trey McKitty at 96 to the Chargers. His dynasty value just shot through the roof. You got Justin Herbert, Rashawn Slater. You know, Herbert's going to have time to throw now. They need a replacement at tight end. Parham is there. Is a young, you know, up-and-coming guy, but unproven up until this point. Thank you, Luke. Appreciate you. Appreciate the love. We do.
I can't wait to start breaking down some of these guys with you too, dude. Some of the, like, especially Ambry and Aaron Banks, guys I'm not as familiar with. I've seen enough Trey Sermon and Trey Lance. Yeah, Banks of America.
Yep. I'm very pleasantly surprised because the couple clips that they pulled, I was like, that doesn't look good. If that's the highlights that you're pulling for that pick, I'm not too hyped on that. But after diving in, I was like, okay, we understand now. Ambry runs a 4.47. We like that.
I saw 4.37. KP said 4.37, and that's when I was like, oh, like
he looked.
And I don't know if that's one of those unofficial hand-timed ones from like the pro day or whatever, but if he's running the 4.3s, man, whew.
I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, I only saw like a handful of highlights, but from the highlights, he looked very athletic, like very in control of what he was doing. So, yeah, they're saying 4.37 in the chat. Cash is saying he's a dog.
That's crazy fast, dude.
Yeah, they're saying he would have been a first rounder if he didn't opt out. Interesting. I like the Dez hype though. That's good.
That's a good sign.
It is a good sign when you see veterans speak out like that.
He's saying he was a kick returner as a freshman and a sophomore too, so he might have some value as a return guy as well while they figure out if he can play corner too.
That we found a candidate for that. We really grew to appreciate Aaron throughout the process.
John Lynch was at the podium.
His film was very good at Notre Dame. The Senior Bowl was a positive look in person for us. Continued to grow there. and then Mike McGlinchey's incessant, cheering for him.
Okay, so the draft is over then. Yeah. Okay, the draft is over. Yeah.
But,
I think so.
Okay, or this round, not the draft. Like this round. Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about it's always one small guys, but it's not the case. You got to have certain guys to run a certain type of scheme that can move well, but you don't want them small. You just want guys who can move well. So you got to be able to move a certain way to kind of, as I say, be in the club for us to want you. Once you can move that certain way, we want the biggest guy possible. It's usually hard to get those guys because they go pretty early, and we just haven't been in a situation where we can take a guy like that.
I love it. I love that quote.
We felt he was the number that we wanted. The size and everything was even, more of a bonus. It's not just his size, but it's the way he plays. It's what I like the most. His physicality, kind of his mindset with how he carries himself.
I freaking love that quote.
To get him, and hope he's a Niner.
Guys were able to maneuver a little bit, go down and then back up. And from the outside, it would seem you don't have a ton of space.
What's Banks' first name?
Aaron. Aaron Banks.
Aaron.
Aaron.
You do all the preparation. You go through as many possible scenarios that you can, but then a game breaks out and the draft breaks out, and you try to move around. And
I freaking love that quote. You got to move a certain way to be in the club. Yes, you do. You have to move a certain way as an offensive lineman to be a zone offensive lineman. Love it.
Move up to get Trey Sermon was really
Hire me, Kyle.
an added bonus for us, and so that's what makes this thing fun. And I really feel, Nick, like we got better today, and I think we moved well. We worked as a unit well up there to encourage each other to be patient, and it was a really good day for the Niners.
I know that both of you always want to have extremely physical players, but it seems like this group of guys is extremely physical to the point that, like, Trey Sermon is known as being a violent runner. Would you say that is kind of higher on your priority list, or was it just something that happened with this group of guys?
I think physicality is something we value a lot. I mean, we love guys who play physical. But you got to have a certain skill set that we're looking for too. And all these guys did have that skill set. And when you can find guys who have a skill set that you appreciate and you think fits well in what you're trying to do, and then they have that mindset, that's what we always want. I mean, I always say that, linemen, they have no choice. So that's why you try to add a few physical receivers, physical back, physical in. That makes the mentality, because linemen really, they're always going to be physical. But I think in the last couple of years, last year and adding Aaron this year, I think he'd bring a whole new dimension of a little more size with that physicality that can help us.
Yeah, guys, regarding Sermon, obviously the way you moved up would indicate you really like him a lot. You obviously have some capable backs already. Do you see him adding maybe a different dimension or a specific role he can play, at least as a rookie, or not necessarily?
No, I look at it as, you're just trying to find NFL backs that you always feel you have guys who have the ability to be a starter. We've never looked for a 1-back, a 2-back, a 3-back, a 4-back.
So the draft is over, right?
For guys that we think can play as a starter.
Do you need to hop on to go do that other thing?
The last 2 years, they've had about 30.
Yeah, if it's good with you, I could rock and talk draft with you all night, but I told Hobby I'd be forth and gold with him today.
Go for it. We've been on this 5 hours.
It's been so fun, man. Thanks to everybody who's still watching too, dude. I had a blast doing this.
Dude. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I'm looking at of course, dude. My next goal is I'm going to get Aaron Banks film. So if you guys want to watch a live film and watch an offensive line guru in Brad Graham breaking down some AB tape, I'm going to do my best to get that tape secured in the next day or so.
Hell yeah, dude. That would be great. Have a good night, man. We'll definitely be talking. We'll be crunching tape. We'll be doing it all. I appreciate you hopping on, man. And we'll see what happens
thanks for having
tomorrow.
me on, dude.
All right, brother.
I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody. Hey, go Niners at the end of the day, man. That's what it's all about, right? This is what it's all about.
I think
we got a team. We are
Trey
like I said, we got some guys that are going to kick some ass, dude. That physicality they're talking, I'm excited, man. But thanks for having me on, Brad. Everybody else have a good night. Thank you, dude.
He doesn't really fit, but sometimes 40 times can be deceiving. I think what speaks to us is like his 10 time was very good, and so you see that burst.
Goodbye to everybody on YouTube too. Appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you.
And hit it in a hurry, and then he's very adept at making the the free safety, the second.
All right, so I'm just gonna
second
pull up
level
the screen
defender
here.
miss, and so
You
really
guys
good
want
out
to
of
kick it
backfield
for a
in the
little
pass
bit.
game as well. I think he's a good fit for what we do. It's exciting. Kyle and I started this morning kind of watching the backs.
Let's see here.
It was fun to be able, and I think the move was prompted by just a growing feeling that Trey was a really good fit for us. And I think we stayed patient, but when we felt like, all right, our luck's about to run out, we made the move, and we're happy to
be here for a second. I want to ask about three veteran guys, two quarterbacks and Sherman. I just want to get updates on, did you guys get a chance to talk to Jimmy after the trade or after the selection yesterday about expectations or, how he's going to interact with Trey Lance? And is that anything that you've ever had to address with him? And the other thing is with Nick Mullins, a couple days ago, he kind of expressed that, his time with the 49ers was over. Is that something that you've, articulated to him? And then finally with Richard Sherman, what's his situation? Is there still a possibility he can be back?
I'll take some.
Sure. You snuck in three questions. I usually get two, but we never got three before. First of all, with Nick, I haven't talked to Nick recently. He actually sent me a text earlier today, and I'm going to get back to him soon. But Nick's a stud. I love Nick. He helped us out a ton here. Nick had a real tough injury that he's working through to come back from, and I think he'll be healed up around camp. That's why he's out there as a free agent, and we'll see what happens to him. But I know Nick was thrown in a tough situation for us last year that didn't play his best, but we didn't help him around him either. Kind of like a lot of our team last year. But I have the utmost respect for Nick, and once he gets healthy, I believe he'll get a shot somewhere. And as far as Jimmy, you don't call him after the draft. Jimmy knew what the deal was. And we have Zoom meetings every day. I got to see him on Zoom earlier in that day, and we had meetings and stuff. And Jimmy's been great. He reached out to Cheese right away, got Trey's number. I think they connected. Jimmy is, he's taken his business approach, but I think he's excited for right now, just talking to him, and he's ready to come here and get back to being healthy and playing with our team. And if we have him compete, I know he's ready to compete.
Yeah, and I would just add with Jimmy, I think what Kyle and I always try to do is not wait till something happens. I think communicate beforehand, and so that's what we've done with Jimmy, and it's been really good communication. I think one thing that was, really, heartwarming to me, I heard last night from Cheese that Jimmy reached out. Trey was here today, and Trey told us that the first text he got was from Jimmy Garoppolo, and so that's pretty special. And I think it speaks to his class, and I think like Kyle said about Nick Mullins. It's probably one of our favorite players. I'll never forget him coming in his suit as a free agent for his 30 visit, and then turning into that player. I really admire that kid. He gets the most out of his ability, and we wish him well, whether it's here or elsewhere. And then finally with Sherm, you never count Sherm out. Sherm is, he was a big part of this culture here. Tremendous leader. I think Kyle and I both would consider him a friend, and like I said, you never count him out. We haven't really been in communication. We do text from time to time. Nothing about football, but like I said, as long as he wants to play, I think Sherm's being patient and kind of waiting it out for the right situation, and we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Sherm. We love Sherm. He's a friend. I've got as much respect for him as anyone I've ever coached. I think the last time I talked to him was Easter. Sure, I will sooner than later. But Sherm's in a good situation where, Sherm's a businessman. He's going to find out the best opportunity for him. I know teams are going to want him. But when you're in a situation like him at his age, which these guys do, and you have the credentials he does, you sit back and you watch and you find the best opportunity for yourself. And I know Sherm's probably going to want to go to a contender just knowing him. and how competitive he is. And he'll sit back and be smart and make the right decision for himself. But, when you got a guy that you trust, you care about, and you also know how competitive he is, I know we would never rule him out.
Hey guys, I got 5 quick questions for now. I'm just kidding. Well, speaking of the cornerback situation, can you just go over what the appeal was with Ambry Thomas and how you envisioned him in the defense?
Yeah, Ambry was a guy who really gained steam, I think, through the process with us. I give a lot of credit to, Adam Peters. He kind of championed him. And, you look at outside corner, and there were the guys up top. And then, it was like, okay, Debo was another one of them. But after that went, then it early on we were saying, okay, where would it be next? And Ambry Thomas was a guy we really grew fond of throughout the process. He opted out this year, so you didn't get a chance to see him play. And again, one thing we really tried to do was give a fair look to these guys. I think sometimes it was really easy to say, hey, he opted out. Some people even went as far as, well, he doesn't love football if he opted out. No, I'm a father of a kid who played on a college football team this year. The plans were so up in the air. I don't blame any of these kids for having opted out with going through what we did. And Ambry is a kid that, we were able to talk as the process went deep, and we started to really have a liking for him. We talked to Michael Zordich, who's a guy, contemporary of mine in the league, and played safety at a really high level. I respect his opinion. He thought the world of him. He's a guy who ran in the high 4.3s. I think his greatest asset is poise at the moment of truth. When that ball's in the air, he has an ability to locate it, which is not as easy to find as you might think for DBs. As they say, there's a reason they're playing defense. And Ambry has a good skill for being very poised when the ball's in the air. And we think he can be a good fit with us. And we were really fired up to be able to get him. He's a Michigan kid from Detroit. We were worried. Detroit had the pick in front of us. And we started getting worried right there that they may take him. But they took another corner, and we were very happy to have him.
I understand through the process you guys didn't get to spend much time with Trey Lance in person. What was it like having him and his family in the building today, and just what were your impressions of actually having that time with him, face to face?
Yeah, it was cool to see them in person. I mean, we got to meet him in person at his pro day, and no different. The same vibes as other times we've been with them. It's different. They all come in, they're going to see everything. I told them I got to meet his parents, or for the second time, and hang out for about 15 minutes, and they're going to look for houses and things like that. I told them, don't be too depressed. Everyone is very upset after the first couple days, and you realize you got to change what you were looking for. They're like, no, everyone's told us. I'm like, no, everyone told me. You'll see, it's real. So that was mainly our conversation, and then we had to come here, do a couple things for something, and then it's back to the draft. We would have loved to spend and hang out, but like we said, hey, we don't need to recruit you anymore, man. We drafted you, so we got to get back to the draft, and we got some people showing around. I think they're going to I think they got out of here pretty early today, and tomorrow I might come in, meet with our quarterback coach, and do some things just to give them a head start. But I think they're going to get out of here on Sunday, and they'll come back the Wednesday before our rookie mini camp, and that'll be full go with them.
All I could think about, I wanted to draft his brother. His brother's a senior in high school, following his footsteps at North Dakota State. I think he's taller than Trey. He stands there next to him, and I do think every time you see Trey in person, that's the one thing. The size of him, he's a big man, and it fires you up to see him. His parents, it's every time. We've only met him on 2 occasions. And very quickly at the pro day in North Dakota State, but then today to meet them, you start to really understand how Trey turned out so good as a young man, because his parents are really exceptional people, and so to get to share some time with them, albeit quickly, was a cool moment today.
I think that Alex Mack turns 36 during the season. I'm just wondering whether the Banks pickup allows you to shift Brunskill over so that he's working more at center, and just what your plan is, post Mac at that important center position.
Our plan is usually to worry about that when it happens. You love to have backup options, and that's why you got to have some depth. And add in someone like Aaron, who's been a hell of a guard for his whole college career, and I know he'll do the same here. We got Brunskill, who's played tackle for us, he's played guard for us, and he's played center for us, and he's played tight end for other people. So we got some versatility there. I'm really excited with how Brunskill played for us at guard, and I know we can win with him. It was nice to add another guard to where now you have some depth. I mean, Brunskill could go in and play center. If we didn't sign Mac, he would have started at center for us. So it gives us some depth there, allows us a little bit of versatility, and that's what we were excited about with the three positions we added today. We had a lot of need there. We don't. Free agency went well, where we were able to sign some of our own guys back on these one-year deals. We were able to add Mac in here. We were able to re-sign Trent, but the depth at all these positions we had to really add to. And whether we got a starter or whether we got a backup who could eventually be a starter, we felt that way at all three of these spots we added today, and that's why I thought it was so important that we got an O-lineman, that we got a corner, and then we got a running back.
As just to go back to 2017, it just feels like you guys have demonstrated a lot of growth, and your process has changed. You drafted your franchise quarterback after deciding not to in 2017. You traded up for a running back again for the first time since then. Same with a corner. So just going back to then, what have you guys sort of learned about the process, and what have you changed about how you evaluate players and decide whether to move up for you?
Yeah, I think I think back to anything I've ever done. I think the one thing my folks always imparted upon me is you can always get better. You can always, and as soon as you stop having that attitude, you better be doing something else. And so I think back to my playing career in year 15, I felt like I was still learning. And certainly in this, in this role, 4 years in, we should be better. I think just our processes, they tighten up a little bit each year, and you better learn from your experiences. And I think we have, it's a fun time of year. I think we have a cool process because of the way we incorporate the whole building. And I think, as we continue to do that, we should get better every year, and hopefully, I feel like we have right now. We'll see. Like we said after Trey's pick, I think that's all to be judged down the line. But I do know we have a good process that I'm really proud of.
Kyle, at the end of last season, you talked a lot about the mental toll the season took on everybody. And of course, it starts with the tape. But in your process this year, how much did that factor in when you were talking to players and evaluating them, just having that mental fortitude?
I think kind of John touched on that. That's why we have a little empathy for, people who had to deal with this year, the 2020 season. Some guys' tape isn't as good, which you got to look into it. I do think everyone has the excuse of the COVID in the 2020 year and all the circumstances everyone had to deal with. It is an excuse, but it's also real. And so you got to look into each one. Sometimes you find out people who might have just used it as an excuse, but sometimes it's, hey man, what can you can't blame the kid. They didn't think they were even playing till October. They didn't even think I didn't know that we were coaching until July, but it didn't take me long to get in shape to coach. You don't need to be in shape to coach. So you understand all that with people, and I always look at it, and I think we both do, that it's one people who love football. And so there's lots of people who are looking for reasons, maybe not lots, but maybe not to play, or maybe this is hard. And, I'll do it because it provides me a lot of good things. But those are the guys that they can do well, but they usually aren't built to last. This league's tough. It provides you a lot of really good things and a good living and everything, but you're going to be questioned. You're going to be doubted. Everyone's always trying to replace you, whether you're a player, whether you're a coach, whether you're a general manager. That's what have you done for me lately? And if you don't truly love what you're doing and really do it, not just for a lifestyle or something like that, then you aren't built to last, and you're usually on your way out. It's just a matter of time. And I think that's why we like people who like to say, live for this. And yeah, you got to make a living and everything. So it starts with that, but you want people who do it for a lot more than that reason. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. 25 of you are still on here. Unbelievable. Hour 5 of the stream. Insane. Shout out to all you guys who are still on here. I am exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Like what we've done so far. Like the picks. Missed out on some of my boys. It's all good. Happens every year. Why we do this. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow, we got rounds 4 through 7. Oh, I appreciate that, man. You've been a great supporter. Thank you. Really do. So I will be honest. I'm probably not going to do live. I might pop in for lives maybe around the selections that we pick tomorrow. Probably won't be doing full live coverage because it will be like 7 hours long. So I'll probably pop in here or there tomorrow. I'm about to pass out though, like while I'm talking to you guys. So I appreciate you guys sticking around, hanging out with us, chilling with us. It's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of ups and downs. Draft's been insane. So we'll see what we get into tomorrow. But I'm pretty happy about what we've done today as an organization, the players that they got. I got some study to do on Ambry Thomas, but so far he looks like a plus traits guy. So I'm excited to see what happens. So again, thank you to everyone who participated in the stream and are still rocking with us. We'll be back tomorrow. Appreciate you guys.